Our strategies are also based about our for this important symposium. With great attention, we are going to monitor and listen to the lectures of the presenters. We are aware of the importance of interdisciplinary teams who work on decreasing risk of fire. Once more, I wish you all a warm welcome. I hope you are going to have successful work and a pleasant stay. Thank you to the mayor of the town of Trogir, Mr. Bilic. Without civil protection, we cannot talk about protection of cultural heritage. Therefore, I would like to now invite Mr. Tamir Trut, the director of the Civil Protection Directorate in the Ministry of Interior, to join the floor. Thank you. Dear Minister of Culture and Media, Ms. Nina Ogulian-Koshinek, main fire commander, the representatives of local authorities, Ms. Valerie Magar, representatives of international institutions and national institutions, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to greet you on behalf of the Vice President of the Government and Minister of Interior, and on my personal behalf. The whole world and Croatia as well faced in more and more intensive catastrophes and incidents caused by climatic changes. And this means the establishment of a good management system for managing catastrophes and for preventing catastrophes. Earthquake in Zagreb County, and especially in Sisak-Moslavina County, showed how community can cooperate. And as we are talking about cultural heritage protection, in accordance with the national safety strategy, this is the foundation of Croatian state. So in the Civil Protection Directorate, we are taking necessary steps in order to learn from our experience and in order to be able to protect churches and other cultural objects. We included in such cases units of Civil Protection Directorate, and we did an important job. We were careful not to damage the items after the earthquake and to preserve them in a safe place. By realizing how important this job is, we plan joint activities with the Ministry of Culture and Media. We educate our employees, units and firefighters in order for them to act with expertise. This is how we get qualified expertise teams who are going to protect cultural heritage in the area that is included in the catastrophe. Also, we organized a diving unit that is active on the sea, among other things, with the cooperation with the Ministry of Culture and Media. They are going to research and protect underwater ships, vessels. So as other parts of the world are in the same situation or similar situation, it is important to exchange knowledge in order to develop the resistance of the society at both national and global level, and in order to protect cultural heritage. I would like to emphasize one example of cooperation with the Japanese embassy. Japanese companies donated
Zatim istaknuti suradnju s talijanskom civilnom zaštitom, zdravlje, konferencije, okrugle stolove, radionice i slično, s obzirom na njihovo veliko iskustvo i naučene lekcije nakon potresa u Krili 2009. I mnoštvo uništenih, nažalost, sakralnih i drugih objekata. Isto tako istaknuo bi pomoć koju su plave kacige Republike Italije dale u rješavanju aktivnosti, to je pomoć u zbrinjavanju kulturnih dobara na području Sisačko-moslavačke županije, gdje su zajedno sa državnim intervencijskim postavama na način. Isto tako činjenica da je prilični za postupanje
u kriznim situacijama pod nazivom Dioklecijanova palača i srednjovjekovna jezgra grada Splita upućen
ravnateljstvo civilne zaštite na recenziju nam je samo potvrda da radimo dobar i stručan Na kraju želim istaći da se do kraja ovog mjeseca od strane vlade očekuje donošenje katastrofa do 2030. godine. Kao prvi takav dokument kroz koji će se usmjeravati aktivnosti i ulaganja na području pravnih izvršnog smanjenja rizika od katastrofa, odgovora na katastrofe te oporavka. Strategija je ujedno ključni preduvjet za korištenje sredstava iz europskih fondova, programa i instrumenata u financijskom razdoblju 2021. do 2027. godine. Ravnateljstvo civilne zaštite intenzivno radi na provođenju niza projekata velike vrijednosti iz raznih fondova EU s ciljem učinkovitog upravljanja
rizicima od katastrofa, jačanja i daljnjeg opremanja i osposobljavanja operativnih snaga sustava civilne zaštite, te nadam se da će i vjerujem i siguran sam da će biti prostora da i zaštita kulturne baštine bude tema nekog projekta, a ravnateljstvo u civilne zaštite u tom smislu je otvoreno za suradnju. Evo i ministrica i ja smo čak i otvorili danas tu temu i razgovarali o tome. Hvala vam na pozornosti i želim puno uspjeha u radu konferencije. Još jedan pozdrav od gospodina Božinovića.
Hvala ravnatelju Trucu. Ovaj smo skup organizirali uz potporu Hrvatske vatrogasne zajednice. Stoga će nas sada pozdraviti i gospodin Slavko Tucaković, glavni vatrogasni zapovjednik Hrvatske vatrogasne zajednice. Izvolite.
Dobar dan svima, poštovana ministrice, poštovani gradonačelniče, poštovane dame i gospodo, i evo sve vas skupa lijepo pozdravljam ispred Središnjeg državnog ureda Hrvatske vatrogasne zajednice, nadležnog za vatrogastvo u Republici Hrvatskoj. I sretan sam danas što mogu biti ovdje sa vama, ali i mnogi moji kolege zapovjednici i vatrogasci koji su danas došli i koji će dolaziti i sudjelovati na radionicama tijekom ovoga tjedna. U jednom trenutku kad su došlo dvoje ljudi, znate, Marin, Jasna, evo njih, mi hoćemo, evo njih kod mene, i tamo vamo, kakva je vaša mišljenje, pa što, pa kako, kad su oni to malo objasnili. I znate kako su došli kod mene? Nisu tražili rješenja, već su rješenje napravili i ponudili. I to je ono što je bitno, a ne da se vrtimo u nekakvim krugovima, nego da odmah radimo. Ovdje se zaista zahvaljujem gradonačelniku na potpori i ne samo na potpori, nego i onoj suradnji koju imamo i sa javnom vatrogasnom postrojbom, ali i svim onim, ja bih rekao, područjima rada u jednome gradu i zaista ovdje u Trogiru, a godinama sam već ovdje na području Trogira, pa vidim već, ja mogu reći, kroz povijest zadnjih 12 godina što se i ovdje i kako se radi. Upravo su Jasna i Marin došli sa nekakvim rješenjem koji će biti, siguran sam, već sada pogledni primjerak za sve naše gradove, za sve naše muzeje, za sve one koji žele sačuvati baštinu. Kako postupati, kako riješiti problem i zapravo kad se dogodi nekakav rizik, kako zbrinuti. Znači, to je već riješeno. Trebamo ga primijeniti tamo gdje nam je to potrebno. Naravno, svi moramo dalje raditi na onom preventivnom dijelu, na smanjenju nekakvog rizika koji može dovesti uopće do požara. Dakle, evo ja preporučam zaista onaj katalog, preporučam one planove i vjerujem da će to biti jedna zvijezda vodilja za sve gradove i za sve, odnosno kako sačuvati baštinu u našim gradovima. Vatrogasci su integralna logistička potpora svim gradovima i to je nešto o čemu možemo samo konstatirati da, to je tako, da li se radi o općinama, gradovima, županijama, vatrogasci će uvijek biti na usluzi svojim građanima i upravo ova suradnja na ovome planu, ja ju zaista pohvaljujem, zahvaljujem i predlažemo se da vam pomognemo i da se to nadogradi. Evo, Hrvatska vatrogasna zajednica i vatrogasci će biti uvijek uz vas. Hvala vam lijepo.
Hvala glavnom vatrogasnom zapovjedniku gospodinu Tucakoviću. Pozivamo sada doktoricu znanosti Valerij Magar, upraviteljicu programskih jedinica Međunarodnog centra za proučavanje očuvanja i restauracije kulturne baštine ICROM-a, u suradnji s kojim smo i organizirali ovaj skup, da nam se obrati.
Hvala. And dobar dan. Dear members of the panel, Honorable Minister of Culture and Media, Ms. Nina Obuljen-Koržinek, Chief Fire Commander of the Croatian Firefighting Brigade, Mr. Slavko Tucaković, Head of Civil Protection, Mr. Damir Trut, and Mayor of the city, Mr. Ante Bilic. Dear friends and colleagues, good morning to everyone. It is a pleasure and honor to be in Trogir today for the International Symposium Prevent Mitigating Fire Risk for Heritage. And I want to convey to all of you ICROM's Director General's greetings and our very warm gratitude for the institutions who have partnered with us to make this hybrid symposium possible. I particularly want to thank the Ministry of Culture and Media, the city of Trogir, and the Croatian Firefighting Brigade, and all of our partners of the Prevent program, the Swedish National Heritage Board, the Estonian National Security Board, the Estonian National Heritage Board, and the Vigili del Fuoco, the Italian National Fire Department. But our particular thanks go to Jasna Popovic and head of the Conservation Department in Trogir, and to Marin Buble, the Deputy Commander of the Public Fire Brigade of the city of Trogir, and all of their team and colleagues for joining their efforts, showing that it is possible to work together among different institutions, and especially for making it possible for us to be here in person and online and to learn many lessons. For more than a decade, ICROM has been focusing its attention on the need to strengthen capacities to face risks from disasters, whether these are caused by natural causes or hazards or by man-made causes. The program on first aid and resilience for cultural heritage in times of crisis has become one of ICROM's flagship programs. And this program, which is led by my very esteemed colleague Aparna Tandon, who is here with us, strives to work across a number of initiatives, including training, building knowledge, and disseminating this knowledge through publications, empowering communities as well, and enhancing collaboration among sectors, which is one of the main topics that we will be discussing over the next 2 days. The aim is to protect heritage and to strengthen the resilience of communities before, during, and after disasters and conflicts. And this means creating networks, both between conservation professionals, but also of conservation professionals with other fundamental sectors for this to happen. The program's motto is "Culture cannot wait," as we believe heritage can play a fundamental role in building peaceful and disaster-resilient communities. Croatia has been an extremely valuable member state of ICROM, with whom we have partnered over many years and collaborated. But we hope that the Ministry of Culture and Media and the government of Croatia will join us in this endeavor and help develop functional capacities for effective disaster risk management of cultural heritage within and beyond Europe. This symposium and the national course will certainly consolidate the partnership between ICROM and Croatia, and we look forward to many more years of collaboration. We therefore look forward to the next 2 days of presentations and the following course after that, with colleagues from different parts around the world, who very generously are bringing us all of their experience, and we are very grateful for that. These include professionals from the heritage sector, from the civil protection, security officers, and other organizations as well. From then, we will continue learning lessons and keeping a dialogue to enhance our knowledge and capacities, as well as our abilities to work across sectors in a coordinated manner to be better prepared and reduce fire damages to our heritage. So thank you very much, and I hope this symposium will be extremely fruitful. Thank you. Hvala.
Hvala gospođi Magar. Podsjećamo da je na inicijativu konzervatorskog odjela u Trogiru Ministarstva kulture i medija organiziran međunarodni simpozij Spriječimo požare, spasimo živote, sačuvajmo baštinu. Stoga pozivamo ministricu, doktoricu znanosti Ninu Obuljen-Koržinek, da ga otvori.
Poštovane dame i gospodo, dragi sudionici, visoki uzvanici, kako ste pozdravljeni ranije, veliko mi je zadovoljstvo da vas mogu pozdraviti baš ovdje u Trogiru, jednom od naših gradova, 10 lokaliteta upisanih na popis svjetske baštine UNESCO-a. Prije 2 godine, za vrijeme prvog hrvatskog predsjedanja Vijećem Europske unije, jednu od tema koju smo predložili kao temu našeg predsjedanja istaknuli smo upravljanje rizicima u kulturnoj baštini i u Dubrovniku smo održali konferenciju pod nazivom Jačanje europske suradnje za zaštitu kulturne baštine od rizika. Naravno, ne očekujući da ćemo par tjedana kasnije prvo se suočiti s globalnom pandemijom, a onda u Hrvatskoj i sa 2 razorna potresa. Solidarnost koju je Europska unija iskazala Hrvatskoj u razdoblju nakon potresa i u procesu obnove i oporavka dokazuje koliko je važna međunarodna suradnja ne samo u sredstvima za financiranje, nego i u razmjeni iskustava u zaštiti i obnovi baštine. Mogli bismo sada otići ne u tako davnu povijest, sjetiti se velike pomoći koju smo imali za vrijeme i nakon Domovinskog rata, a tako smo i mi odgovorili i moji kolege iz službe odmah na početku rata u Ukrajini, dijeleći naše iskustvo, materijal, opremu, ali i planove postupanja koje smo razvili za vrijeme Domovinskog rata. Sva ta stradanja na kulturnoj baštini i događaj koji su za nas još svježiji, s kojim posljedicama se zapravo svakodnevno kao služba nosimo, dovela je i dovodi kontinuirano do preispitivanja spremnosti na djelovanje u izvanrednim okolnostima i svjesni smo potrebe jačanje međunarodne suradnje i međuinstitucionalne suradnje. Svjesni smo da je nužno analizirati rizike, pripremati se za njih, svatko u okviru svog djelovanja, pa onda zajedno pripremati planove i naravno upravljati tim rizicima, naravno prateći najbolje stručne i svjetske prakse. Drago mi je da je kolega Trut zapravo nabrojio jedan cijeli niz projekata koji su nas u tim kriznim situacijama zadnjih, rekla bi, nešto više od 2 godine povezali i ovo je prilika da kao služba, kao oni koji se brinemo za kulturnu baštinu, još jednom zahvalimo svim službama koje su u trenutku kad je trebalo spašavati ljudske živote pomagali nam da mi sa svoje strane spasimo i sačuvamo što više umjetnina i kulturne baštine koju možemo. Ono što bih željela istaknuti vezano uz ovaj međunarodni skup koji danas organiziramo u Trogiru i koji, moram reći, prati ili će pratiti kroz ova 2 dana više od 500 sudionika online, što u Hrvatskoj, što u inozemstvu, je da on zapravo okuplja sve one ključne dionike i nas koji se bavimo zaštitom kulturne baštine, službe civilne zaštite, vatrogasce, gradove, muzeje, konzervatore, restauratore, dakle sve one stručnjake i službe koji samo zajednički mogu razraditi planove i zapravo djelovati u slučajevima katastrofa. Svi zajedno ovim sudjelovanjem iskazujemo podršku toj inicijativi razmjene iskustava iz perspektive iz različitih disciplina, čime ćemo jedni drugima pomoći kvalitetnije i stručnije procijeniti rizike i naravno onda osmisliti mehanizme za odgovore. Ono o čemu posebno vodimo računa, to je pitanje klimatskih promjena. Svjesni smo opasnosti koje oni donose za kulturnu baštinu. Mediteranska smo država i Trogir je jedan od gradova, treba se samo prošetati uz rub i vidjeti tu predivnu rivu i zamisliti što podizanje razine mora znači. Prošetati ulicama, vidjeti te sklopove svih mogućih klima, restorana, ventilacija, da bismo samo u trenutku zamislili što znači kad se dogodi požar i tako dalje i tako dalje. U tom smislu ja se unaprijed zahvaljujem svim izlagačima koji dolaze iz različitih dijelova svijeta, koji će nam prenijeti svoja iskustva i omogućiti da dobijemo jedan kvalitetan uvid što tko radi, na koji način se priprema za rizike i na koji način stvara mehanizme i osmišljava mehanizme reagiranja u slučaju katastrofe. Posebno bih se zahvalila svima koji su pomogli u organizaciji ovog skupa. Moram reći od trenutka od kad smo rekli da idemo do same realizacije prošlo je nepristojno malo vremena, ali ovaj veliki odaziv pokazuje da se skup događa zaista u pravnom trenutku. Tako zahvaljujem posebno našem domaćinu gradu Trogiru, naravno ICROM-u kao našem partneru ne samo na ovom projektu nego i na brojnim drugim projektima u Hrvatskoj, Hrvatskoj vatrogasnoj zajednici, posebno kolegici Popović i kolegi Bubli. Već ste nekako naš kolega, iako ste vatrogasac, jer smo vas nekako uzeli u svoj tim. I evo, nadam se da ćemo puno toga u sljedeća 2 dana naučiti. Nakon toga nastavlja se i naš nacionalni dio simpozija, odnosno rada, i da ćemo zapravo nekako napraviti brzo velike korake u naporima da budemo bolje pripremljeni i da smo spremni reagirati na katastrofe. S tim riječima, uz veliku zahvalu svima koji su se odazvali i dolaskom ovdje u Trogir i onima koji nas prate online, proglašavam ovaj simpozij otvorenim. Hvala.
Zahvaljujemo ministrici. Nakon uvodnog dijela prelazimo na radni dio simpozija, tijekom kojega će prvom sesijom moderirati glavni konzervator Ministarstva kulture i medija, gospodin Davor Trupković. Gospodine, izvolite.
Radujemo se stvarno radu cijelog ovog simpozija, ali isto tako i radionica koje će uslijediti u danima koje slijede. Jedna stvar i važna napomena, ovo ide cijelo vrijeme kao uživo, ovaj cijeli dio simpozija, pa vas molim stvarno da polako negdje pokušamo govoriti vrlo razgovjetno kako bi i simultano prevođenje bilo na vrijeme odrađeno. Na početku prva tema kojom ćemo se baviti, to je razvoj kapaciteta za ublažavanje rizika od požara na kulturnoj baštini. Iznimno mi je drago da je ovdje sa nama Aparna Tandon i ovdje bih se htio zahvaliti također i na velikoj pomoći koja nam je upravo u trenucima kada smo doživjeli prvi potres u gradu Zagrebu pomogla u formiranju međunarodnog povjerenstva i predložila stručnjake iz ICROM-a i tako nam pomogla da donosimo važne strateške odluke koje se tiču prvih koraka i u evakuacijama, ali isto tako u zahtjevnim konstruktivnim sanacijama koje su slijede u ovom periodu upravo sad. Ja bih zamolio gospođu Aparnu Tandon kao eksperta i stručnjaka da preuzme govornicu.
You think? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister for Culture and Media, Mrs. Nina Obluin-Korjinek, Chief Fire Commander of the Croatian Fire Association, Mr. Slavko Tucakovic, Head of Civil Protection, Mr. Damir Trut, and Mayor of the City of Trogir, Mr. Ante Bilic, as well as distinguished guests and my dear participants of the symposium. It's our great honor to be invited here and to organize the Prevent Symposium, International Symposium on Fire Risk Mitigation, which is a hybrid symposium. And there are teams joining us from multiple countries who are watching us and the proceedings in this hall. Before I explain the purpose, the structure of the Prevent training, as well as the purpose of this symposium, allow me to introduce FAR, the First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis program of ICROM. This program was founded in the year when COVID was dominating the news in the year 2020. But this program also, as my esteemed colleague has just pointed out, it answers to ICROM's very important strategic direction on safeguarding cultural heritage in times of crisis, in times of, in the events of disasters or complex emergencies. It is a flagship program of ICROM, and it aims to protect cultural heritage before, during, or after a crisis or a conflict, a disaster or a conflict situation. And we situate this work in the framework, in the broad framework of humanitarian aid and development assistance in order to promote disaster risk reduction, peace and security, and climate action. We did not start from nothing. We didn't just start from 2020. As has already been mentioned, we built this program on 10 years of offering training in the field of first aid to cultural heritage. And this is a very practical multi-hazard training, which is which encourages working with civil protection, with humanitarian aid actors, as well as disaster risk reduction specialists before, so ex-ante action, and after or during a disaster or an emergency. We have, with the help of multiple partners, organized 11 international courses until now, starting from 2010. And over 15 national workshops or 15 national iterations of this course have been carried out in different parts of the world. As a result, our network spans to more than 1,000 cultural first aiders in 100 countries. And this is the strengths on which we build first aid and resilience program. And we are very happy to say that Croatia is one country where we have cultural first aiders. So FAR actually develops capacities, and it, as has already been highlighted, it builds networks by training different groups. So we work with various multiple actors across institutions. We work at informing policy, and we were present for the Sendai framework meeting. And since then, we have been actively working with UNDRR, the Disaster Risk Reduction Agency of UN, and UN OCHA, the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, as well as DG ECHO, which is the agency for humanitarian assistance, as well as civil protection at the European Union. We are also developing information and knowledge tools in multiple languages and providing emergency response and disaster risk reduction advice. For example, in 2020, when the program was, still getting up, was being set up, there were major disasters. In Croatia, there was an earthquake, and in Lebanon, in Beirut, there was a big blast, an explosion, which was devastating for that country. And through the FAR program, ICROM offered assistance, online assistance, and in-crisis training in both cases. But why this focus on fire risk to heritage? So I come to prevent now. Why prevent? And why this focus? So I have a list. It's not a roll of fame, I'm sorry. There's National Museum Brazil, Notre Dame Paris, Shuri Castle in Japan, Table Mountain fired the site, which was it's a World Heritage Site in South Africa. All of these sites, iconic sites, they all suffered from devastating fires. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. In a study in 2020, we found out that only in 2020 alone, 300 sites had suffered, 300 cultural heritage sites around the world had suffered damage. This is just 1 year statistics. We also have seen in 2022 devastating fires that have come close to cities. They're not only limited as wildfires, they have reached places such as London, and nearly, you can see the figure there, 600 hectares of European land has been destroyed. And this is also threatening heritage sites that are out in the countryside, especially archaeological sites. So with these twin threats, we wanted to understand what can we do to reduce fire risk for cultural heritage and effective fire risk management. So it was very important not to talk to ourselves, like to limit this endeavor to cultural heritage actors, but we wanted to invite specialists who work with fire risk mitigation on day-to-day basis. And with that in mind, we invited the Estonian National Heritage Board as well as their security board, so their civil protection joined. Vigili del Fuoco from Italy, they joined us, and the Swedish National Heritage Board also joined us. Swedish National Heritage Board has also been working on this aspect for a long time, and is one of our cultural first aiders, is actually spearheading joint training with the fire risk managers as well as heritage specialists in Sweden on a national basis. So they were invited for that experience. And with this idea, we really wanted to understand what are the vulnerabilities that are there at our heritage places and how we can change risk behaviors to make effective fire risk management. And that's how Prevent was born. And the module 1 was an online workshop where we wanted to invite teams that are both from, from people who are specializing in fire risk prevention or are fire responders, as well as people who are heritage specialists. So we wanted both, specialities, and we wanted mixed teams. Module 2 was meant to be implementation on site of key concepts and ideas that were discussed on the during the online workshop. And module 3, which is what we are here for today, is the International Symposium. And Brazil, team from Brazil, team from Canada, a team from Chile. Actually, there were 2 teams from Brazil, 1 team from Croatia of Jasna Popovic and Marin Buble, our stars, and team from Ireland who are here, all 4 of them. So big hands to them. And Israel and Palestine, Nigeria. So these were the teams that joined us and took this on as a challenge and opened their sites to inspection, to understanding what's wrong. Is it the management? Is what kind of weaknesses or challenges we are facing? So we had this multidisciplinary group. We had some case studies. We had some sites around the world. We decided to first together with them brainstorm and get some experts together to map hazards, to understand what are the vulnerabilities, but also what are the capacities among our communities, among our management systems that can help us mitigate fire risk. And then we thought of designing these very place-specific mitigation strategies together with looking at, with some psychology in there, what is the attitude and behavior? What are the risk behaviors? Why do people keep on insisting and on, putting in one plug or in one power outlet, 2 plugs? Because that's a risk behavior, but that's what we do most of the time in our heritage places and make them, vulnerable to the fire risk. So it's with these kind of ideas. We also looked at interagency coordination, how we can work better, because many times heritage professionals believe that they will be there in the time of emergency, but that's not the case. It's the fire responders or it's the civil protection that's first on the scene. And so this coordination has to be there, and it is kind of a close collaboration that has to be developed, and real mechanisms have to be worked out. We also made this a scenario-based training. So to understand what can be the possible sources of fire on a floor plan, where the fire can go, where will it start from? How will it reach different parts of the building? Who will respond? In what time? What resources we have on site? How fire will reach the most precious items that are kept in a place? So this kind of a very realistic scenario with multiple people sitting around the table helps you to plan very smart mitigation strategies. So I just give you an, walkthrough of a museum. So we did this with the help of the National Board of Estonia. And this is actually a museum. They gave us very good drawings, and we made, a 3D model of this museum. And this was shown to our participants before in an online simulation. So just let's have a walk through this museum. This is the museum it's actually a museum in Estonia. and you will just see. This is the office. And we are very grateful that the director of the museum actually opened his museum and even was brave enough to show some weaknesses, because the purpose was that we are going to learn from this together. Okay, I'll just now show you this museum on fire. You will see. And the bells are also ringing at the right time. So now this is for the people who come from the fire brigade. This is a very interesting video, because then you will decide whether you will intervene in such a scenario or not. The bells are matching the scenario. They're giving me the background music. To the office, it's like on fire. Brings back memories. Okay, I guess you've seen enough. So I would like to ask, how many of you would intervene in such a situation? I think our firemen sitting there, I mean, the Irish team, I think you were heading it, right, Mark? You wouldn't intervene in such a situation, right? So that's I mean, it's with these kind of realistic scenarios, one learns better to understand what can go wrong and how wrong can it go? What would be the intensity of the fire? So this was very important part of our learning, of like being able to visualize. And I guess this is why today we have this success in Trogir and in many other places. So in the second module of the training, teams from Brazil, Canada, there were two Brazilian teams, Chile, Croatia, Ireland, and Israel, Nigeria, and Palestine. They went back into their own places. They conducted risk assessment. They carried out many activities. And our team from Croatia actually, I would say, succeeded beyond expectations. But our team from Ireland has also made some huge, they have covered made some milestones. And there are also our other teams that have done very interesting work. And this symposium is celebration of those milestones achieved. And it is also an opportunity for us to discuss the results of what collectively 8 countries have achieved together. What are the strategies that have been developed? What have been the gaps? What are the gaps in our capacities? And how we can expand our network. And once again, I would like to really thank the Ministry of Culture, the fire department of the fire brigade of Croatia, is also the city of Trogir and its fire department for really allowing us this opportunity to test these key concepts and to see also on the ground what is possible. And I'm just looking forward to listening to all these success stories and to learn from this collective learning from what we have achieved together. And with that, I invite you to give a big hand to Team Prevent, to all the teams from 8 countries who have done such remarkable work, but also to people like our minister here and all the dignitaries who have supported cause like this. Thank you so much for making this international exchange happen. Culture cannot wait.
Thank you, Madame Tandon. Naša sljedeća tema je stvaranje Europske zajednice stručnjaka za zaštitu kulturne baštine od rizika i iznimna mi je čast da će nam se online priključiti gospođa Veronika Piacentini. O nju još znamo kao velikog eksperta koji u stvari radi u odjelu civilne zaštite Republike Italije, ali isto tako u požaru koji je bio, odnosno u velikom potresu koji je bio 2009. godine u Abruzzu i kasnije u potresima u centralnoj Italiji tijekom 2016. i 2017. godine. Nadam se da imamo gospođu Piacentini na vezi.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'll try to share my screen, but I have an echo.
Okay.
Now?
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
Okay, could you please allow me to share the screen?
It is on, yeah, okay. Molio bi da prikažete tehniku ako može prikazati njen.
All okay? Okay.
Okay, can you see it?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Veronica Piacentini. I am an architect and I work at the Italian Civil Protection Department. This project I will talk about, it's not exactly focusing on the thematic of this symposium, because, is it okay? Can I talk?
Yes.
Okay, it's not exactly focusing on the thematic of this symposium, because it's not specifically about fires. However, it is a project which is focusing on many different risks. So it also included it. Okay, I will give you an overview of what we have done since now, what we have been doing in the last 8 years in relation of strengthening the capacity of protecting cultural heritage at risk of disaster by the co-financing of the European Union and in particular by some specific European projects. The one I'm talking now is ProCulture and ProCulture.net. So as you may know, cultural heritage protection is still considered a non-traditional civil protection sector. When an emergency occurs, the agency or the department or the authority who is going to lead the action is the disaster risk management or emergency management actor. And the focus is mainly, however, we know very well that cultural heritage are often involved. Our experience in the past emergencies to succeed in bringing and creating a strong connection and a strong link with authority, the Ministry for Culture, the actors. This link should be strengthened both at level. In fact, to create a specific set risk management coordination system. We have some concrete examples of that. In fact, for example, in Italy, in the last earthquake national emergency that we had to face in 2016 and 17, we set up a system, a coordination system by the Italian Civil Protection Department, which fully included the cultural heritage sector. So the United Crisis unit of the Ministry for Culture were included in this coordination system, both at national and local level. And so we saw that some steps have been done to increase this coordination. However, many efforts should still be made to strengthen this link among disaster risk management authorities, cultural affairs actors, and knowledge holders, because there is a concrete urgency to establish an effective risk governance specifically dedicated. What we tried to do in these years was to raise the attention at European level of this theme, of this topic. And we started to work on some European projects dedicated to strengthening the capacity of protecting cultural heritage at risk of disaster. And in particular, in ProCulture, which was the project that we worked on between 2019 and 2021, we organized a partnership made of the Italian Civil Protection Department, the French Civil Protection, the Junta de Castilla y León in Spain, and the Disaster Risk Management Agency of Turkey, AFAD, together with the contribution and the partnership with ICROM and also our administrative partners, Centro Studi Villa Montesca. And the goal, the main objective was to create an interdisciplinary asset composed by cultural heritage and disaster risk management teams and experts for the support of national response action in this field. And we succeed in having some results. First of all, we participate to many important events, and we strengthen the point of including the cultural heritage sector inside the disaster risk management process. but the first real outcome of this project was the publication of methodology, the key elements of a European methodology to address the protection of cultural heritage at risk of disaster. The link you see in this slide is the link where you can freely download this document, and the document focuses on different aspects of the field, the sector of the protection of cultural heritage against risk. In particular, we went through the institutional framework, how to create an institutional framework which includes this sector. The issue of creating a sector plan, cultural heritage sector plan, which should be completely included and fully included in the disaster risk management process. So in the disaster risk management plans, the overall disaster risk management plan, the coordination structure and supporting team. So how to create a coordination structure which includes cultural heritage, and also we defined some tools, some damage assessment forms dedicated to different kind of heritage, training standard module to be used for preparing experts who need to be involved in emergency for the protection of cultural heritage, and also an outline of the exercises, civil protection exercises with specific scenarios dedicated to cultural heritage. What we did was to share this methodology in an international workshop with over 100 participants coming from both cultural heritage side and disaster risk management side. And then we organized a virtual training dedicated addressed to 40 trainees coming from 15 different countries in Europe. And after the experience, we had the opportunity to improve the methodology and then to publish it. So it was a very interesting result. And the other big outcome, the other important outcome of the project was the proposal of a concept of union civil protection mechanism module. You may probably know that at European level there is a civil protection mechanism, which is a system which enables a coordinated assistance by all EU member states and participating states for supporting an affected country, both at inside and outside Europe. And this system was activated in 2001, and in these more than 20 years has responded to over 540 requests for assistance, mainly focusing in the protection of life. However, this system could be also activated for the protection of cultural heritage. So it happened in the past in Mexico in September 2017, and also now recently in Ukraine for sending material and equipment for the protection of cultural heritage in July, last July 2022. So what we did with our project was to propose a minimum requirement for including a specific capacity dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage to the Commission Expert Group on Capacity. And this was very important because finally this proposal was accepted, and now we are just waiting for the implementing act to see included this capacity among all the others capacity of the European civil protection system. Now we are working this new project, which starts at the beginning of this year, and the idea was to enlarge our community, to enlarge our partnership. We included new partner countries, Germany and Portugal, And we applied for this new call, which was dedicated to the creation of a thematic community. So the goal of this call was to create, to develop a risk-based thematic community. And what we did was to propose to create a community on the protection of cultural heritage at risk of disaster. Of course, this community is still in progress. We are trying to define how to build the structure. However, the next step will be to organize not networking activities and in particular training activities. So we will organize 2 different training courses from here until summer 2023. And the way to define the contents of this thematic community was to work on an ex-ante feasibility study, which was a survey on the following topics that you see on the slides. And this survey was created to address the needs of the thematic community and to define the capacities and an actor mapping. So the questionnaire was disseminated through different channels in all the civil protection and disaster risk management authorities in Europe, in the European Union, and also to the European Commission Expert Group on Cultural Heritage. And it was closed in July 2022. And at the end, we received 25 questionnaires coming from 28 different countries. So we achieved to have answers from almost all the countries at European level. And 90% of those who answered declared to be potentially interested in becoming part of this thematic community, which will be focusing in specific aspects, coordination and cooperation among different stakeholders, providing training programs, provision of solid scientific support, sharing good practices and lessons learned, and facilitate technical innovation. Of course, the work to do is a lot. However, we are focusing in strengthening the interoperability, cooperation, and mutual support among all the countries which will be involved in this community. And the goal is to share best practices, to share knowledge, lesson learned, to support the definition of a common European strategy. And of course, we will also provide for standard operating procedures, minimum training standards, national experts specialized in different areas with a list of experts. And we will work for disseminating knowledge through dedicated events. Of course, we are just at the beginning of this process, but the focal point, the basis of this community will be the strong collaboration between the cultural heritage and the disaster risk management side. So we need the inclusion in this thematic community of both sides to be effective in the goal of protecting cultural heritage against risk. This is the mail for being included in the mailing list of the project to be updated on the next steps of this community. So if someone of you will be interested in having more information or being included in this community, please write an email and we will include it in our mailing list. With this, I concluded and I thank you for your attention.
We're good. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you for inviting me, and I will share my screen. I'm just trying to get it to show properly. Can you see it?
Yes.
Sorry, it's just not showing. Right, here we go.
Take slideshow.
Yes,
Choose slideshow.
there we go. Can you see that?
It's in 2 pieces. Okay, now it works.
Okay. So, thank you for inviting me to talk all the way from Australia. Wildfires in Australia are part of our annual life. We have them every year and they affect all parts of Australia. So it's a seasonal thing that we need to deal with. And but not all Australia is fire country. So the map on the right shows that in the northern parts of Australia, the tropical areas, the fires are usually in the winter time and the spring. But as you move further south and it gets colder, the fires are in summer and autumn. So, and on the right are the climate zones for Australia. The green are the tropical areas where you'd expect rainforests, and the red is the desert areas, and the temperate areas are blue. It's not changing. Okay, so in Australia, Aboriginal people have been using fire to manage the landscape for close on 60,000 years. And it's very much a part of their cultural heritage to do that. It's part of caring for the country, maintaining it in a healthy condition. And it's used for making sure that the plants regrow, animals are attracted, the soil is kept in good condition, and it reduces fire loads. But as you'll see, a lot of the country under Aboriginal management is more of an open woodland with grasslands. It's not the dense forests that we now see in our national parks. So fire is a threat in Australia where it comes in contact with human occupation or settlement, people's lives and livelihoods. So since British occupation in Australia, land ownership, use and management systems have changed quite considerably. So lots of land has been cleared for agriculture and pastoral use. There've been forests planted that are not Indigenous. There's mining and industrial activities across the landscape, dense urbanisation, particularly along the outer edges of the country and the East Coast particularly. And a lot of the natural landscape has been locked up in national parks, but traditional burning is no longer used to manage it. And therefore the landscape has changed quite considerably in the last 250 years. So what are the conditions that lead to wildfire? Well, first of all, drought or very dry soils and very dry vegetation. When you add to that extreme temperatures and high winds, you have the beginnings of wildfires. And the photo on the right is of wildfires approaching Lamington National Park in Queensland, which is part of the Gondwana Rainforest World Heritage Area. This is it's a rainforest is not meant to burn, but because the land around the forest has not been maintained, it was severely impacted by the recent fires. So the forecast in Australia from climate change and from the Bureau of Meteorology and CSIRO is that we're going to have more droughts, we're going to have higher temperatures, and we're going to have much more intense and longer fire seasons. And you can see here the prediction for the number of dangerous fire weather days increasing quite considerably across Australia. So increasing by 25 days a year. In 2019-2020, the Australian bushfires were the worst fires in Australia's recorded history. They followed several years of severe drought, 5 consecutive years of record-breaking temperatures. They had extremely dry soils and there was a lot of fuel. So the vegetation was very dry. There was a lot of dead vegetation and leaf litter on the ground. So the losses were quite extreme. 12 million hectares were burnt, or 42 million acres of land were burnt in Australia. There was severe damage to our World Heritage areas, including the Gondwana rainforests, the Greater Blue Mountains, which is on the east coast, and the Tasmanian wilderness, which is in this cool, temperate areas of Tasmania. There were over 1 billion animals died, and many endangered species. The koala has become critically endangered as a consequence through the loss of habitat and the deaths that occurred, and there's potential species extinction. There's been a huge impact on Indigenous heritage. For our Aboriginal people, the animals are their totems, their ancestral spirits, and they were in a huge amount of pain as they watched the animals dying. Food and medical plants were burnt, and many cultural sites were severely impacted. It affected rural and urban heritage, it affected archaeology, built heritage, cultural landscapes and movable heritage, and it affected intangible heritage. So this is a scene of the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area in 2020. So I'm going to share a few examples of what we experienced and some of the things that were trialled for mitigation and some of the learnings. So the Wallamai pines in the Greater Blue Mountains area are extremely rare pine species. They date back 90 billion years to the Jurassic period, and there's one valley with the only wild trees left in the world. So a team went in and set up an irrigation system around the trees ahead of the fires and ran it for several days to try and wet the ground as much as possible, because damp soils and damp vegetation do not burn like dry vegetation. And then there was a lot of water bombing and fire retardant dropped from above. So as you can see from this middle image, the landscape around the valley was severely burnt, but the valley with the Wallamai pines survived. There was severe impact on Indigenous heritage. So rock art sites were affected. We have here a photo of a site in northern New South Wales where the fires shattered the face of the rock and the rock art was lost. But there's also been some good outcomes. So in the Budjabim World Heritage Area in Victoria, where we have this amazing aquaculture system, large areas became exposed and it became evident that it was much larger than previously documented. On this site in Queensland, there was irreversible damage to rock art when the walkways that had been provided for public to visit the rock art sites exploded in the fires. They were made from recycled plastic and they did a lot of damage. And this is what would have been there. So this is Balloon Cave. This is that site. You can see on the left the rock art before the fires and then after the fire, and the damage that has been caused by the exploding platform. Impacts on rural heritage were extensive. So this is just one example of hundreds. There were over 100 sites lost in heritage listed sites lost in New South Wales where I live, but this one's in the Adelaide Hills in South Australia. And it was a very rare type of construction, vernacular construction, brick nogged timber frame, and that was destroyed in the fires. But the fires affected not only houses and homesteads, but dairies, cattle yards, wool sheds, shearing sheds, all the things that go with our rural agricultural sector. And there was a lot of heritage buildings there lost. They were impacted on infrastructure. So the historic Zigzag Railway in the Blue Mountains, it's been hit by fires a few times in recent years. So in 2013, it lost about, I think it was 10 trains and carriages in its workshops. This time it learnt and removed all the carriages and trains out of harm's way. And therefore the damage was far less, and it was really up to repairing the tracks and the railway stations, but they saved the trains this time round. Timber bridges. We used to have timber bridges like these all across Australia, becoming extremely rare items. And this is one of the rare heritage listed ones that was destroyed in the fires in Victoria. Impact on scientific research facilities. So this is the Mount Stromlo Observatory in Canberra. It's associated with one of our Nobel Prize winning astronomers, and a lot of groundbreaking astronomical research. As with this observatory was surrounded by a pine forest. And that's to give it a black sky. It's not having to compete with city lights for good views of the sky. And that was its undoing, really. The forest burnt, and that burnt all the telescopes except one, and we lost the Great Melbourne Telescope, which was made in 1868. Only one telescope survived at the site. So 10 years later, there was another fire at another observatory in Australia, the Siding Spring Observatory, and the lessons learnt from the Mount Stromlo incident meant that they were able to protect the observatory at Siding Springs. Then there's community heritage, which these huts, there's a whole string of huts through the Snowy Mountains in Australia. They were shepherds' huts when the shepherds used to take the sheep up into the mountains during the summertime. They're now used by hikers and cross-country skiers going through the mountains, which are now part of a national park. And they're managed and maintained by a volunteer organisation, the Kosciuszko Hut Association, who wrapped the huts in foil to try and protect them from the fires, which seemed to work in some instances, but there were still 11 huts lost in these recent fires. Some of those are now being rebuilt by the national parks using all the traditional methods and being built back the way they were. There was impacts on towns. So this is a town on the south coast of New South Wales, Cobargo. This was its main street. There used to be shops on each side of this street, and the shops, they lost about 10 buildings in the street, and most of those were the oldest buildings in the town. This was a heritage listed town, and it's not in a bushfire prone area, but the fire still managed to burn across the paddocks. It's surrounded by cattle grazing, and the fire came from 3 different directions and came up the creeks and up the back of the properties. I was speaking to the fire commissioner here, and he actually owned one of these properties and had been defending the properties, but it was very difficult to get access to the rear of the properties. And in an urban context, once a fire takes hold on one building, it passes very quickly to all the neighbouring buildings. So here we lost the whole centre of the town. This was another town that was affected the previous year, Tathra, which is not that far from Cobargo. You can see the smoke behind the beach there. That was where the town was. And a lot of the townspeople hid under this historic wharf, and which the heritage items in this town were being waterbombed to protect them, but over 140 houses were lost around them. So what are we doing in response to all of this loss? And so one of the things we've been doing is ICOMOS. We've been advocating with the government to have better outcomes for heritage, better protection. So we've attended meetings at state and national level. We have made written submissions about including heritage into all the disaster planning, which hasn't been happening up till now. We've written some guidance. So we prepared guidance on the post-fire damage assessment, rapid assessment of damage and cleanup and recovery, which was distributed to all the cleanup teams across the state in 2020, straight after the fires. We're also developing guidance on bushfire risk management planning for cultural heritage. We're hoping to have that draft next year. And we've been running some training workshops on understanding, evaluating and mitigating bushfire risks to cultural heritage sites. And that's cultural landscapes, buildings, collections, movable heritage and archaeology. So at the moment we're promoting strongly interagency cooperation, and it's required at all levels. It's required in the risk modelling, the mitigation planning, the emergency planning, the cleanup planning, recovery planning, and resilience and adaptation planning. And it needs to include all sectors. So national parks, the emergency management sector, the environmental protection sector who deal with hazardous materials, that roads and transport, planning, and all the other sectors that have a role in managing fire across the country. So some of the examples that's been happening recently. So just this year, Heritage New South Wales has been greatly improving the mapping of heritage across the state of New South Wales. We have very complicated heritage legislation, and so they've been trying to consolidate all the inventories into a central database that's easily accessible, and that goes from local heritage through state, national and world heritage level. It includes the national parks. In government-owned properties includes Aboriginal heritage, and the information will all be available in one place. And you can actually zoom in right down to getting the site boundary levels, so you can see exactly where the heritage is. Without doing that, you don't know what to protect. So we do a lot of bushfire hazard mapping. So this is just an example, one local government area, Ku-ring-gai, and you can see the red is national parks, basically, and the hatched area is all the streets and houses and properties that are located on the ridge through this area. The national parks are in the gullies, and fire burns up hills straight up to the ridges. So there's some shaded areas at the end of each of the spurs where access is quite difficult, and those have been identified for early evacuation. You can zoom in again right down to the property level, so you can see how your heritage site is affected by the bushfire zoning. So the red is the bushfire prone land, the yellow is where you've managed landscape to protect it. And so that's improving. So getting the heritage mapping and the risk mapping coordinated has been a huge step forward this year. We're also doing live mapping of predictive modelling for bushfires. So the Rural Fire Service actually can predict live where the fires are going and work out where to send their resources. But what we also need to do is now understand the vulnerability of the heritage places and how they can be attacked by the fire. So there's various modes of attack. There can be embers, which can fly 20 kilometres ahead of the fire front. It's the radiant heat. It can be the flame. It can be the high winds that lift the roofs off places to let the fire in. It can be lightning strikes because the fires generate their own weather systems. And during 2019, 2020, we had hundreds of thousands of lightning strikes. Smoke and ash, they attack heritage in all different ways. So it's really important to understand what your type of heritage is, what its attributes are, what its immediate setting is, whether it's remote or accessible, whether it's defendable. Are there mitigation measures in place? What's the human capacity to defend, and is it well maintained? All of these things contribute to the vulnerability. And so we're developing a vulnerability assessment framework for heritage sites, which will then feed into the bushfire risk modelling, which will be used by the Rural Fire Service to integrate into their bushfire risk management plans. But it goes further than that. It will actually be used to inform property owners and local government in their planning. And so it's going to have a very broad audience. We also need to understand the vulnerability of the heritage to the various mitigation measures that are used by the fire services pre-fire, with the planned mitigation measures like clearing of vegetation, hazard reduction burns, or you might call them prescribed burns. You can see in the aerial photo, there's a property and it has a lot of grass around it. So that we would call that an asset protection zone to protect that property from fire. Then there's the unplanned mitigation during the fire, the emergency clearing, the backburning, the fire retardant and water bombing. And then there's the post-fire activities, the make safe and stabilisation, the removal of hazardous materials, and that's a really big one. You can lose as much from the decontamination process as you can from the fire. And then the salvage and cleanup. And then there's the vulnerabilities of the heritage. Once the fire's passed, we usually have it followed by storms, and so there can be massive erosion, sedimentation and landslides that follow immediately after the fires. So what are we trying to do to build heritage resilience? Well, we're trying to integrate heritage into all the local bushfire risk management plans across New South Wales. There's 52 of those, and we're working with National Parks and the Rural Fire Service to do it. We're trying to build awareness with the public through the local bushfire risk management committees. We're providing guidance to property owners on risks and mitigation measures for heritage. We're providing training to property owners, managers and heritage professionals, and we include the fire services personnel in those training sessions. So the photos on the right are of a property called the Norman Lindsay Gallery, which is located in the Blue Mountains, totally surrounded by the World Heritage Area and bushland. And you can see that it has an important cultural landscape, buildings, it's the artist studios, the artworks, the sculptures in the landscape. So we've been looking at working with the National Trust to develop mitigation measures appropriate to that site. Some measures it already had in place, like the rainwater tanks, you can see are quite historic, but there's fire hoses outside. There's a lot more tanks than what you can see there. We put ember mesh on all the gutters, in the vents, anywhere that the embers might get in, so you try and keep them out. And one of the other things we're looking at is sprinklers on the roof, which you obviously need backup water and backup power supply. But the most important thing is maintenance around the buildings and keeping the fuel loads down. So bushfire response resources, these are on the ICOMOS website, Australia ICOMOS website, so you can look those up and use them. We'll add more when we've got them. We did a burning country seminar. So if you are interested in learning more about Aboriginal fire practice in caring for country, that's on the ICOMOS website, and you can listen to that. And one of the other things we're doing a lot more of is engaging with Aboriginal communities to learn from Aboriginal fire practitioners and to employ them in actually managing the land that's at risk. So thank you. This question.
Good day, I should say. Always, I would start to thank you very much for this opportunity to speak before so many colleagues around Europe. I will try to share my presentation here. It's always a great difficulty to start to present something just before lunch, but I hope you would stay awake a little bit more and you are not so hungry. So I was asked to speak about fire safety, and I will start to talk a little bit about my background. My name is Johan. I live in Sweden. Right now I'm sitting in my office in my house outside of Gothenburg. I have worked in this field for about 15 years. I started as a fire safety engineer, educated at the Lund's Technical University. And I have tried pretty much everything you are able to work as a fire safety engineer in Sweden. So I tried to work, I've been working at the fire safety, fire agency, local in Alingsås, where I live. I've been working as a fire consultant, and I worked at the National School for Fireman Education a long time ago. So I've been trying quite a bit of different areas, all to do with fire safety though. And now I work at the National Property Board. It's a great task, and I will try to explain a little bit for those who don't know what the National Property Board actually does. So the National Property Board manages properties that is owned by the state, the Swedish state, and we have a couple of specialties, so to say. So one is that we manage the long-term, properties that the state needs long-term for particular purposes, for example, where the government sits. So that's something we host. We also manage the great historical sites that is owned by the states, and it's in a special responsibility of the state. We also have several properties that it is owned by the state for many centuries, such as castles and fortresses and such. We also manage properties that have been donated to the state through the centuries. Some quick facts about the National Property Board. We manage about, this is old figure, so we manage about 3,000 properties with about 3,500 buildings and 1.6 million square meters inside of the Swedish territorial area. And we manage also 6.4 million hectares of land, which is equivalent of 1/7 of the surface of the Swedish territorial area. So in different varying degrees, we are involved in 8 of the 15 Swedish World Heritage Sites that is listed on UNESCO World Heritage List. We also manage about 160 of the state-owned historical buildings. And the National Swedish National Board was founded in 1993, but we date back to the 17th century. So it's a board with a great history. Here are some examples. I will implore you to go to Sweden and visit. Many of our sites are open to the public, and we also manage quite a lot of museums that is open to the public, so you can go and watch our beautiful country. So now to the difficult stuff. What is reasonable? Well, I think that many of you fight with this question every day. the easy task is to just roll over and die and not ask and answer any questions, but we will try to I will try to talk a little bit around the fact that we try to find something that doesn't tip the scale too far in some direction. So the worst case is that we don't do anything. We just shrug our shoulders and say, well, this is it. This is how the house looks right now. We can't do anything because it's a cultural heritage site. We cannot install anything, no technical like fire alarm or sprinklers or anything. And the other, when the scale tips the other way, we do everything in our power to prevent this all fires, and then we remove the cultural heritage and have a concrete bunker instead. And doing too much in a building is also closely connected with high costs, and the frowning smiley is the public that is never satisfied when we do something that changes something that been looking the same for thousands of years. So the cost is not only monetary. The dollar sign is not only monetary. It can be cultural values as well. How do we let people experience a building from the 17th century when it's filled with sprinkler heads, modern lighting systems, or fire alarms? That is the difficult question. So at the National Property Board, I work with a lot of technical specialities, including structural engineers, water engineers, electrical engineers, and such. But we also have a large unit with, I think you call it heritage specialists, building heritage specialists. And we all have the same overall objective when we work to the building. So the overall objective for us as specialists is to protect the cultural heritage. And we can do that in several many ways. One is to ensure that it doesn't burn down, obviously. Another one is to manage climate inside the building so it doesn't rot and mold away. A third is to manage the building in such a way that we can have visitors. Because if the building is empty and we don't have any fees for entrance or such, we cannot keep the cultural heritage, and no one can see it, so therefore it's not alive. So we have different things to do, but it all goes to protecting the cultural heritage. And in having so much specialities, we always have to argue, how do we protect the cultural heritage in the best way? I recently had an ongoing discussion with a colleague of mine. We were talking about sprinkler systems. We can all agree that if we had sprinkler systems in all our buildings, we would surely not lose them to fire, at least. The problem is it's a very, very large project to install it in most of the buildings that are not touched for several hundreds of years, and it will permanently destroy some cultural heritage. For example, lime plaster when you drill through the walls, or for that matter, just the experience of coming into a room that hasn't been touched for 300-400 years. So it's always who you ask, what should we do? And we haven't got any final decision on the question regarding sprinkler systems. So when I think of the fire safety goals, I have 4 main points. The number 1 point, it has to be long-term sustainable. We cannot fall back to quick fixes and install technical gadgets that have a lifetime of only 10 to 20 years. Every installation is difficult for the building. We have to have builders inside the heritage site, and there's always a risk for fire during that time, and there's always some kind of damage to the building during we have entrepreneurs inside the building. So it has to be long-term sustainable. We have to have robust solutions. We cannot allow systems that have one point of failure, so that, for example, if one system fails, then everything is at risk of burning down. And the example of the picture here is a door in a sanatorium inside of middle of Sweden that has been sitting there for hundreds of years. It is a metallic door with metallic and mechanical automatic closers, and it's still working. It's been managed and maintained, of course, but it's not changed for hundreds of years. So that's a sign of robustness. It will still work a couple of 100 years ahead. The Swedish building code is built around primarily safety for personnel working in the building and visitors and such. So human safety is the number 1 priority. We do not have too much of property protection inside of the building code. So therefore, we as a facility managers for cultural heritage has to have more of high standard goal for just the property protection, and it's very important to convey this to the fire engineers that work with providing fire safety. It also has to be highly customized, because I mean the solutions suggested in the building codes is standardized, and it's around plasterboards or modern systems, and that doesn't work. So this is an example of where we can throw the building code into the bin, because it would not work in many of our cases. The Swedish system is built around pre-accepted solutions and comparative analysis to this pre-accepted solutions, and it's very difficult to get the fire safety engineers to wrap their heads around this and try to work around the building code. There's also in the Swedish building code a way around the building code just by saying it's a museum or it's a cultural heritage, but this is also very difficult to get the fire safety engineers to work with. So we have many challenges. One for sure is the CE marking. It's stipulated in the fire safety code, in the building code, that you have to have the CE marking, or you have to at least know and be able to show the properties of the materials that you put into the building. And this makes for great difficulties when we try to adapt a door that should fit in for example, an 18th century environment inside of Castle. There's no availability to those kind of doors with the CE marking, so you have to work around that. We also often have organizational solutions. That means that we have people inside the building that will guide and help people out inside in case of an emergency. They're also specially trained to deal with any fire situations. But this is not something that is commonly used, and it's often with great difficulty that we can convey this information to the fire safety agencies. We also have a lot of unique situations. Every castle, every cottage is different. We have therefore a lot of expensive analysis to do. If you're not using the pre-accepted solutions, you have to show the government with an expensive analysis that this is not risking any people's lives, and we can do in an alternative way. It's also a guessing game, different shades of gray in this area. There's no black and white solutions. This is good, this is not good. This is good enough, we always talk about. And it's difficult to get someone to state that I think this is good enough. Therefore, the decision horror. And I think this is a great challenge for us as a facility manager and owner of cultural heritage, that we have to be deeply rooted in research and very, very knowledgeable ourselves to be able to navigate all these challenges. I'm going to talk a little bit about fire protection throughout history, and this is important because I think that we can use what our previous the previous people has done throughout the history. This is a handwritten mail from the governor of to the governor of the Stockholm slot, Stockholm's castle in the central part of Stockholm. It is dated, I think, 1883, something like that, and it's an analysis of the fire safety in the castle. They were in the 1890s, and there were a great movement that was afraid of fire. So in plenty of the Swedish castles, they made quite a bit of a difference in the building, just to ensure that they had good fire safety. And this is the answer to the governor of the Stockholm castle, and he has a couple of solutions that he wants to show the king. And the result of this analysis you can see when you cannot see it, but I can see it in the castle. So they have plenty of preventional structural changes that they did in the 1890s. So, for example, to the left you have fire paint. I think it's called intermittent paint nowadays, but this is some kind of oil-based asbestos. Not very good for us today, but it was a great paint back in the olden days. And to the right you have an example of fire safety doors that was made out of cold rolled steel and smithed together, and these are situated in the attic today. And it's a good example of very good fire preventative measures that could even today give us a great advantage if we had some problems or incidents in the castle. You can also go back to the literature. This is from a book called Even Older. The translation is Even Older. And they're writing about renovations or restorations rather on the Gripsholms castle outside of Stockholm in Mariefred. And there too, there were a great fear of fire, so they actually did very, very big changes to the castle, including installing a couple of stories high clay, brick and lime and mortar walls. So they are infinitely better than everything we could build today. And it's very important to remember what they did and reuse the solutions that they did. So it's kind of a free fire safety that we can use today that is much better than anything we could achieve today. So go back to the archives. This is from the attic of Gripsholms slot. You can see the bricks on the floor. It's called fire bottom. It's called in Swedish fire floor. And to the left you can see a mortar plastered brick wall that is parting a big gallery, and on the wall you can also see the dates. I think it says 1893 where they finished this building. So it's still there today. It's a great preventative measure, and it means a great difference if something were to happen in the castle today. So my message to you is take care of the existing fire protection. It's often robust. I mean, nothing will happen to the fire, to a brick mortar if you don't remove it. So take care of that. They have done plenty of large changes that are not possible today. You will not be allowed to do the equivalent of putting up a new firewall today. It's free fire protection that you can continue to build your strategy around. And often there's lessons to be learned from the predecessors. We had a great castle fire in the 1697 in Stockholm. And after that, the castle they built up was built around plenty of fire safety solutions. So there's a great things to be learned. So what's the way forward for us? I often think of we have to find the reasonable fire safety is good enough. It's always highly dependent on the situation and the building. To the left we have an example of bettering a door, a panel frame door with extra layers that would prevent the fire from breaking through the door. It's an original door and it works today, but you can never find a CE solution for this. The middle picture is from a fishing village out in the northern parts of Sweden. It's very secluded. What good would the fire safety system do up here? Probably not much. There's no fire service in hours around this, so it would probably have burnt down most of it. So maybe we should use the money on something else. On the right we can see some ruins from a cloister. There's nothing that could burn. It's beneath the ground. We have far way to go to the emergency egress exit, but what could happen? This is what it looks like. We cannot put the shaft just in the middle of it to lessen the way to the egress point. So this is good enough. You have to accept some kind of small deviations from the building code. If we have good documentations, we could show that we've been working with these questions for a long time, and how we discussed when we decided what level to be okay with. So we've been working plenty with the way we could document this in a reasonable form. And my colleagues that works on the buildings, they are not fire specialists, so we have to do this in a simple way. And so we were working quite a lot with drawings and tables and sketches, just to inform them what fire safety are on place in this building and how do you manage it. These are the most basic questions, but it's fairly difficult to have this living on many of years. So you can do a good documentations, and then people will forget and they misplace them. So this is a great challenge for us to keep this alive for the next couple of 100 years. So I'm beginning to get closer to the end of my presentation. I will share some, I think, ways to try to hopefully go to success and prevent fires from occurring. So we have to have a framework that we can build our fire safety around. I usually tell my colleagues that we are to answer what the National Property Board wants to do with regards to the fire safety. That's our main purpose. So I'm not into the details often. I'm just putting the framework and telling our consultants what we are aiming to do. We have to cooperate with our colleagues, as we're doing right now, internationally and nationally. It's very important that we work together, because we are not a big building company, and the field of cultural heritage and fire safety in those are kind of small compared to high-rise building companies and yes. So we have to have knowledgeable consultants. So we try to teach our consultants that work in our houses what do we want and how do we work. We have to be the knowledgeable client as well. So we have to educate ourselves and be the best at working with fire safety in cultural heritage. We have to try to benefit from past experience, and that by that I mean that we should remember special solutions that we've done previously, and good or bad experiences of these, and reuse them in future projects. And we have to try to develop the industry. So in doing so, we could together with the Institute of Brandforsk and the National Heritage Board, we started a research project that mapped out all the knowledge about fire safety in cultural buildings with cultural heritage. So very, very good study, but you need to push the industry to do this kind of research, because they will not do it by themselves. That was my presentation. Thank you very much for listening, and hope you have a good lunch.
to this afternoon. We have 4 presentations, 3 teams. We have the Ireland team, the Canadian team, and the Nigeria team. And we have also another presentation. We will have space for questions. So we will collect the question first here from the audience in presence and then online. Online, we have in the back, we have Jui Ambani and Mona Chakrabuti and Linda Lainvu. They are online, so they're going to help us. They're also part of the team, and they're going to help us to collect the question. This is very important because we are not here just to collect, celebrate the project, but we're also here to share ideas, and try to grow together. Having said this, I think I've covered everything that was important to me. And then we can definitely start. So we will start with the Ireland team, as you see. They're going to talk about blazing a trail, new approach to fire risk management of our local authorities' heritage properties in Ireland. The team is composed by Mark Doyle, Senior Executive Fire Prevention Officer from the Dublin Fire Brigade, Brid Ryan, Conservation Architect from the Fungal County Council, Helena Bergin, Senior Executive Architectural Conservation Officer from the Fungal County Council, and Cathal Zoe-Smith, Curator, Newbridge House and Farm. Okay, they're going to present Helena and Cathal.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're absolutely delighted to be here in Trogir, presenting and hearing about all the great work that's been going on. So, as Alicia said, we include myself, and I'm the curator of Newbridge House, which is the site of our case study. So I look after the conservation and the collection on site. We then have Helena Bergin here behind me, Senior Executive Architectural Conservation Officer with Fingal County Council, and then our colleague Brid Ryan, Executive Conservation Architect, again from Fingal County Council, and Mark Doyle, Senior Executive Fire Prevention Officer. So our team comprises of 3 organisations who are all responsible for the fire prevention at Newbridge House. And we were assembled just like Jasna and Marin for the participation in the Prevent course. So a bit of context, we are situated just on the western periphery of Europe and in the island nation of Ireland. So Newbridge House, the site of our case study, is located in Fingal, which is the administrative name for the area of North County Dublin. Fingal comprises of about 300,000 people, according to the last census, and an area of 450 square kilometres. Newbridge is 20 to 30 minutes north of the city centre in a rapidly growing suburban area. It's adjacent to the town of Swords, which is Ireland's largest and fastest growing town in the country. And we have the local village of Donabate, which is increasingly becoming a large dormitory town for the city. Newbridge is one of over 10 heritage properties managed by the local administrative authority. Newbridge is culturally and nationally significant. It's the only known work of architecture by James Gibbs in Ireland. It was built in the 1740s as a Palladian country house for the Archbishop of Dublin and is located within a historic 18th century landscape. It's a very significant and rare survival of a Brownian or naturalistic park and is open today as a public park, the largest in the county. The interiors are rich with historic decorative finishes, including examples of Irish craftsmanship, artworks, a big furniture collection, unusual features in the Irish context, like a cabinet of curiosities, a vast and exhaustive family archive. And in addition to the public visitor of guided tours on the principal floor, on the top floor, we have the private original family in residence. So it's part public visitor experience, part private residence, part-time. Newbridge plays a key role in the local community, particularly post-COVID. Our visitor numbers to the park this year are expected to reach 1.3 million. It has a very prominent role as outdoor and green space, sports and leisure. There is also a seasonal calendar of cultural and local events, including our county show, which hosts 90,000 people over one weekend. The paid visitor attraction gets about 120,000 visitors a year and is key for our domestic market and educational audience. One of the key complexities of the site in the management and indeed the fire prevention of it is the multiplicity of stakeholders involved. So within the council itself, there's one department that look after the interior and the property, and then there's another department responsible for the outdoor area. Then underneath that, there's the commercial operator who are appointed to run the visitor attraction and all their services. And then there is the private, family and part-time occupier and our most significant lender to the collection on display. And now I'll pass over to Elena.
So as Cathal has said there, it's a very, very complex situation to be managed. And I suppose naively, as heritage professionals, we thought that we would have time to potentially salvage the collection if a fire ever happened. And because of the kind of the audience that we have here being fire service professionals, you know, we have to be out of that building immediately once a fire goes off. So we cannot run and find a screwdriver or a ladder to take down the painting that we've decided needs to be salvaged. So that was a learning curve for the heritage professionals, but the fire service professionals would know that a huge amount. So that has been kind of our primary kind of focus, is trying to ensure that we are then making sure that fire risk management is key and that is understood at corporate level. And that might not have been previously. So we have gotten that. We've had a meeting with the senior management and they are very supportive of us making that a key critical consideration. And then all those, what we call client departments. So that's the operations department that do the landscape, and then the economic department that run the house. But then you also have the architects department as well, the Breed and myself that input into it, and the corporate department, because they will be setting corporate policy. So it's just very complicated when you get into the structure of the management. Another thing that wasn't really clear was the responsibilities of the operator. So we needed to kind of set that down. It is now kind of set into the contracts that the operator will be doing the fire management plan. So that is Cathal, and we'll be organising the training for their staff on the site. And we are trying to ensure that that training is site specific. Often you tick a box. I think that's what a lot of heritage management or heritage risk management has been up until now. You have a heritage management plan, but it's not really operated through or thought through. And the training might be something that will be applicable to an office or a warehouse or a shop, but you need to make it specific to the site. So we are changing that within our organisation and making sure that our fire risk management plans are robust and actionable and specific to the site, and are focused mainly on the management side. We are doing improvements to the systems and the detection systems, but the management area will be key to that. And so we will also have to set up protocols and procedures because of the different stakeholders. So we have a night watchman on his own in the basement, and if he needs to leave and detect where a fire is, he doesn't have a mobile phone access, as the mobile phone coverage is very poor in that area. So we've decided that the protocol would be that you would ring the fire brigade first, then investigate, and then come back and say, look, it's not serious. So we're changing and talking about changing those protocols, and we'd have to agree specific protocols for the family as well. So we will do that with them in collaboration with them. We would have inventories of all of our collections in all of our houses, but we hadn't really thought about prioritising those and which were the ones to take out. So that's another key learning from the course and putting that into it. So I've already mentioned about the fire training. So you can see us kind of just, there's images of us bringing different people, the department people around and meeting with the mechanical electrical team to kind of discuss the upgrades of the house as well. So we're kind of in an interim period at the moment. We have intentions to put a much better mechanical and fire detection system in. We're not there yet, so we're in a vulnerable position. We're trying to make sure that we have procedures in place. And so the visits that you can see in the images there of the fire crew, so that's one of the watches of the local fire crew to come to us. They have raised more things for us to consider, and that is the key outcome that Aparna and others have taught us, that you have to have that interaction, that our management plan wasn't catching everything. And so that will be the new model, that we will have pre-fire plan visits, familiarization visits with the fire brigade on site to make sure we're covering everything. And that won't just be with one team. There are 4 watches, so we need all of the watches familiar with the site. And we will do that with all of our heritage properties. So we have, you know, kind of 10 or 12 of them, and just kind of like 4 of them are very important visitor centres with very important collections with them. And of course, we have to monitor and review constantly, and we'll do that. And we feel that the training element, we're going to include the fire risk scenarios into the training drills. And we think that will raise new issues, because you kind of go forward and help us to do that monitoring and review of our processes. So as I said, we are implementing planned upgrades, but we need to do more temporary measures in between. And then we'll also, as has been discussed by others, there's a need to make sure that your building is in really good condition. So the maintenance program has to be well maintained or kind of continued, but fire has to be factored into it, because the majority of fires happen during maintenance. And if we are doing electrical upgrades and we're doing roof works, they have huge potential to cause a disaster, just as we're planning not to do that. But as has been raised by everybody here, we need to kind of program and plan for not having the fire if possible, and not to try and salvage afterwards. These are our key challenges. We have had a huge changeover of personnel in all of the organizations. So the conversations we started, you know, kind of in January, February, those people are no longer in the fire service, are no longer in the local authority, are no longer managers of the historic site. So we're starting afresh sometimes, and that's what has made us really think about embedding this process into the organization and not being focused on individuals, because we will all move on and change, and we need to ensure that that is covered by being an embedded process. I've already discussed the complexity of the management structures, and there's a lot more people than what we've named already. And then understanding the resources of the fire brigade. You know, not every fire brigade has 4,000 trucks, whatever it is that Croatia has. So we were kind of also made aware that some of the services or some of the areas of the house, we cannot get fire trucks to the side of it. And so that we need, and that would be the most important side. So knowing that and understanding that, and possibly amending the landscape or not, or being aware that that is a vulnerable location and a vulnerable site. And we've also feel that there's a need for fire service kind of salvage teams, that is helping us in developing it. And we could also look to the civil defence, that maybe we can have a relationship with those, that they are volunteers, but there's kind of issues in Ireland with kind of statutory legislation and litigious individuals. So it's very hard for us to get insurance cover if we're dependent on volunteers. And so we have to try and make sure that we have it within our own kind of organization first and set up those procedures. But we will look at every opportunity and every mechanism available to us. So, I mean, the last bullet point there really is, I think everybody, we're all spinning multiple plates, trying to do so much work. This is not, I suppose, our core workload. It's additional to it and trying to find the time for it, but we're so invested. We really feel this is necessary. And if we can move this from the local level up to the national level, and are being inspired by what Maren and Jasna are doing, like that is a key deliverable for us as well. So this is just the list of actions that we have done. The fire scenarios are fantastic, and they really make you think about the worst case and what you would do, and oh my God, you know, kind of, I'm not ready for that. And then like doing the priorities of the items to remove, but also that identifies items that may be the priority, but you won't get out in the fire. And that was the discussion somebody was asking, that maybe you need to put in large fire blankets in and be able to say to the fire team, if you have a chance, please pull that down. So it's preparing it in different ways. So like we're doing the fire risk manager plan, we're doing the training and the familiarization visits, so, and the upgrades. And so the key action I think that was happening are those strategic actions, the meeting with the management, having that discussion, having the agreement at our council, and then possibly moving that on. You know, you have to go through steps of bringing it to your own supervisors first, and then bringing it forward to national or regional levels. And there's also then been kind of discussions with Mark, with the fire prevention officers, and bringing that forward to senior fire staff within the headquarters of Dublin Fire Brigade. So we're just going to very quickly go through what our next steps are. Again, we want to finish out the plan and the grab sheets and set up those sequence of visits. We will, and we have kind of had a dialogue, an unofficial dialogue, where there was an interest in the potential maybe of our heritage sites being used for training and testing of equipment. And that is important going forward. And then just setting up those protocols and trainings and drills. And another important thing for us is looking and finding a salvage location for our collections. Because we have a number of heritage sites, it may not be on site, it might be one in the adjoining properties. So that is a key consideration. So some of the images there, a partner might recognize is from 2018 when I did another, and that is the simulations, and they are so significant and so important to helping you plan and practice what you have on site. We do also want to raise awareness and capacity and engage with others. The red light buildings there, that was a campaign run by Mark. It's called Red for Ready, and it's done for Fire Safety Week in October. This year, energy constraints meant that it wasn't really considered appropriate, but they are two of Fingal's heritage buildings that were lit up in red, Swords Castle, and then one of our thatched buildings, the casino. And so that is a way of using maybe national events and using that to raise awareness. So there's items already in calendars where there's the fire service or the heritage services and entities, and of taking advantage of those. We would also hope to try and talk to university courses that are offering fire management or heritage management and see if they will let us speak and talk about this topic and raise awareness of it, so it's a consideration for those training in the sector. We'd all love to do what Japan has and have the National Fire Prevention Day. So it's a huge ambition. I'm not sure if we'll get there, but I think there's no harm in putting it out there for people to hear about and to think about it, that there is an ability that, each year on a certain day in every jurisdiction, that there is training by the fire services on a heritage site. And then we're just going to monopolize and exploit all of our own connections and networks and try and raise this to the national level. So I'm a member of the Blue Shield Committee, where Cathal and myself are members of ICAMUS, the fire service, kind of any of the architect professions. We will use this and raise this matter. Sorry. And then lastly, this is kind of looking at what we might be able to do at the strategic level. So it is looking at those key areas. It's already raised by the Australians about the idea of major emergency planning. Should heritage be part of that? And it isn't really considered at the moment. It's planning for fire, it's planning for earthquakes and flooding, but it's not really planning for heritage response to heritage disasters. So looking at whether that can be considered, and then just talking to our heritage protection agencies. Climate change adaptation is another way, and fire prevention and management. And if we can, we're going to arrange a workshop. So that'll be a discussion when we return back. So hopefully we have somebody listening in that might be ready to help us kind of develop that. And we would love to do a specific heritage training module for the fire service, if that is possible. And there is an example there, kind of, you can see the army, that the Blue Shield have created training for cultural property protection when the Irish Defence Forces are going abroad. It kind of arose out of training that Aparna had kind of set up for 3 days in the barracks, and it's a way and a means of doing that. So there is an example there, and maybe looking at if, can we develop that further for the firefighters themselves. And then we would love to forge partnerships. We've already kind of mentioned this to Yasna at lunchtime, that there's ways and means to create partnerships between us that have the same ambitions and the same aims, and there's a lot of synergies between what's being achieved and using that to go forward on a European level, if not an international level. So I'm going to hand back.
So just to finish up from me, and just to talk about the impact of the Prevent course on this. I mean, as a part of my contract, I could have just written a fire mitigation plan, submitted it, and moved on and done the next thing on my list. But we joined together, the four of us. We attended the Prevent course. We met every Wednesday for 2 weeks up until really the summer, when we met less frequently. And we've really scrutinized the site. We sat down, we did all our fire risk scenarios, we ran through them. We nearly gave ourselves a heart attack. And we learned from the course that we can't just sit on our laurels, that we have to be really proactive and really active. As Selina said, we have huge staff turnover in the tourism and heritage industry. So this needs to become embedded and a part of everything we do. And that has been reiterated to us by the fire brigade. So really we need to focus on what actions we can achieve that are of most benefit to us, our resources and the site. Our grab sheets and our salvage plans are really important to us. They need to be user-friendly and accessible. And like Helena touched on there, we really need to look at training for salvage. How can we include the local community in that and other volunteer divisions? And practice and training and practice and training and repeating all of that. We are a multidisciplinary team, and engaging with Dublin Fire Brigade and all that Mark has brought to the team has really benefited us in understanding the fire safety aspects and what they bring. And that's really as a result of the Prevent course. And then I think as well, Mark and the fire service hopefully will understand greater the sensitivities of the heritage sites in their remit. So we want to really improve our protocols and our measures and utilize that. Really what we want to do is continue collaborating internationally, internally in Ireland. We want to do as much as possible and as little as necessary to protect the building. We want to make this sort of normal and not unusual to be talking about fire heritage in Ireland. We're really ambitious, having been here and having learned from all our colleagues, particularly in Trogir and all they've done. And we really want to continue to save it all for the benefit of everybody. And I'll hand back over to Helena if she has anything to say.
Not really, it's, you know, kind of finishing up there. And I suppose what I have said to Aparna kind of as well is that I did a course kind of in 2018 on my own and tried to come back and push this agenda. And it is hard when you're on your own. And it has helped an awful lot that there is a team here and that there are kind of others there supporting you. So that is, I think, one of the best things that was forced upon us, that we couldn't be individuals, that we had to be a team and we had to be a multidisciplinary team. But, you know, very, very grateful for her because I do think that is then forcing us forward and making those advances forward in our own institutions. So thank you. Okay. Yep.
Do you have any question from the audience? Don't be shy, we are here to share. So there is also the translator you can do in Croatian and they're going to translate it. You do. Yeah, just a second that there is also the mic. It's coming.
Hello.
Yes, here in the first line. Parno Tandon.
Like what she gonna say to me?
Well, then I hope others can ask. So thank you so much for this great presentation and all the work you have collectively achieved. My question is, could you shed some more light on how you convince these different layers of management that you mentioned, you know, different groups? What was the strategy? Individual meetings, getting them together? How did you do that? Like, was it like, okay, you know, Mark goes to his management, or was there a time where you brought them together?
Yeah, at the moment, we have done it individually to get that initial engagement. So it has been a presentation and decided that, you know, for them to hear from somebody within their own organization first, and then utilizing that going forward and having that acceptance and acknowledgement that this is important. Then we're trying to set up a workshop that will bring them all together and bring others as well, kind of in from other sectors. So I think kind of the pushing the symposium and showing kind of the international interest in this, but it was also kind of highlighting the significance within our own country and our own organizations that they needed kind of just to have that acceptance first. And I think we will, you know, definitely go forward.
Thank you. That's it. I want to understand, like, how did you manage?
Anyone?
Yes.
Okay, so you mentioned the new electrical system being installed. Who is going to finance that part?
That would be the local authority, that we are the owners of the property. So we have a responsibility to maintain it and to update. So Breed is overseeing all of that work, and that she would be the lead architect on that. And that is the financing. And there's a huge financial commitment by the local authority to these sites, and not necessarily a massive revenue income from them, but that is an awareness that this is the heritage that we have acquired. It's unusual for a local authority to have that many heritage properties. I think we're kind of second to the Office of Public Works, which would be the state agencies, but it's very recognised and known in the community and appreciated within the community that we have these facilities. But yes, lots of money has to be spent.
Great.
Would you like to ask? Yeah. There's just as another question to what Yasna asked. What about, so Breed is overseeing the work, but what about the input from the fire engineers and all, like, so how are you managing that now?
Yes.
Does that bring some extra now that you have, people and you know how to?
So there have been a lot of dialogue and conversations since the course. So there was consultants brought in, fire consultants, that they set out a programme of works that was then planned out. And then there's been a lot of conversations since to test systems and to talk about, improvements. And then with the pre-fire plan visit from the district officer, kind of suggestions again of areas that should be looked at and considered. Do we add and change landscape to allow a fire truck, the loading of it on the eastern side, which is the most vulnerable room within it, the most important room in it, but just wouldn't take the weight of it. So all of that is feeding in and amending it. So there's an ability for us to amend that plan, and that is being taken into consideration by management as we go forward. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else live? We have 3 questions online for you. All right. So the first one is from Nisa from Indonesia. She says, thank you very much for the inspiring presentations. You mentioned about collaboration between parties such as government agencies, communities, site managers, so on. In fact, this becomes a huge challenge that they faced in implementing cultural heritage management plan in Indonesia. Could you share some best practices, lessons in delivering the disaster risk management plan, or the plans that to be understood and followed by all the stakeholders?
Yeah, so we're starting that process. That was in our next actions and our ambitions rather than what we have achieved. I would have good contacts. So this is, I suppose, where you're using your own personal contacts and your understanding. So they would have kind of an ability to talk to individuals within the departments. And I suppose then, kind of the same with the other individuals on the team, that they would have contacts within, emergency services. And it's then asking these people and talking to them about the importance of this. And I think this summer really has emphasized it. I know kind of we had Notre Dame a couple of years ago that brought focus again, but the fact that there was fires around London, that's the first time. Like, wildfires are always seen as kind of Southern European and unfortunately Croatia and other countries there, but like this is bringing it up into the Northern Hemisphere and making us start to think about climate change. And there's an awful lot of activity happening with climate change adaptation in Ireland. And, it was looking at flooding because it rains an awful lot in our country, but now the concept of dealing with for fire is raising its head and needs to be looked at. So I think there is an openness there, and we just need to be knocking on the right doors and talking to the right people.
Great. The second question is from Mr. Richard Hughes. He wanted to ask if you're intending to use advanced digital technologies such as AI for supporting people, monitoring and management of risk modeling, etc.
I don't think we're going to that level as yet. I mean, what Aparna showed there kind of for kind of the Estonian fire, kind of is fascinating. I think there's an awful lot that can be utilized. And I think it's something that we can have a conversation with our GIS people and our IT people. But yeah, it hasn't been developed yet. It does, you can see how technologies with the use of drones have kind of changed the way you address and deal with fire, but we haven't done that ourselves. No.
All right. And the last question is Augustine Guibot. I hope I'm pronouncing it rightly. Thank you for a great talk. Is the priority list in Newbridge House influenced by the fire scenarios or only focused on the heritage value of items?
it's really focused on the heritage. We have a situation where it is the family's collection. So we have that as well. So this is their own private collection that they are sharing, or 70% of the collection there is that. So you have the influence of what's important to them, and then also what's important on a national level. So we've been having a dialogue to work that level out, but not, I suppose, kind of for what's the easiest to remove. I suppose if you can, you're trying to prioritize what's the most significant to save, because what it is you're probably trying to get back in while the fire is under sufficient control that the fire service would allow you access, and therefore you want to prioritize not necessarily what's the easiest with what is the most important, because we've learned from places like Notre Dame where what was saved wasn't necessarily the most, kind of the highly precious. It was what was thought was to be, so we just want to make sure, yes, that we focus on the most important.
Great, thank you so much. I think that's about it.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we now invite Tihomir Zek, who is going to present Fire Spill, Building Capacity Through Cross-Border Collaboration. Tihomir Zek, am I pronounce it right? Good. Is a fire protection engineer. He's head of the Firefighting Association, Spit, Dalmatia County, high senior officer with more than 40 years of experience in firefighting, both in theory and in operations. Thank you.
Dobar dan svima, poštovane dame i gospodo. Prenosim vam pozdrave predsjednika Hrvatske vatrogasne zajednice, gospodina Ante Sanadera, koji je bio prezenter za ovu temu. Međutim, on se ispričava zbog vrlo važnih poslova i neodgodivih poslova koje je imao. Morao je otputovati i zamolio mene da uložim truda i nastojim vam prezentirati ovu njegovu temu. Ja ću dati sve od sebe da to pokušam napraviti što je bolje moguće. Sigurno neće biti tako dobro kao da je on sam prezentirao, ali ja ću stvarno dati truda da vi to razumijete. Evo, dakle, moja zadaća je prezentacija projekta Firespill, to je jačanje kapaciteta kroz prekograničnu suradnju financirano iz Europskog fonda za regionalni razvoj. Dakle, radi se o regionalnom nastavnom središtu za osposobljavanje operativnih snaga iz sustava vatrogastva u Vučevici. Projekt je financiran iz Firespilla, poticanja poboljšane reakcije, prekogranične suradnje hitnih službi i prevencije te povećanja razine sigurnosti. Financirano je od Europskog fonda za regionalni razvoj, Italija, Hrvatska, po pozivu za strateške prijedloge projekata sigurnost i otpornost, povećanje sigurnosti programskog područja od prirodnih katastrofa i katastrofa uzrokovanih ljudskim djelovanjem, te izlijevanje nafte i druge morske opasnosti, te požara i potresa, kao i jačanja pripravnosti i prevencije opasnosti. Glavni razlog pokretanja ovog projekta u Republici Hrvatskoj na nacionalnoj razini je zato što nema ni na regionalnoj ni na nacionalnoj razini ne postoji vježbališni centar u kojem bi se moglo provoditi sustavno obrazovanje svih vrsta organiziranih operativnih snaga sustava vatrogastva. Ukupan budžet iz kojeg je financiran ovaj projekt iznosi 16.492.799 eura. A opći cilj projekta je uspostaviti visoko kvalitetan i funkcionalan sustav vatrogastva koji će biti sposoban odgovoriti na potrebe u zaštiti ljudi, dobara i okoliša, ugrozama, stradanjima i drugim izazovima suvremenog društva. Lokacija samog nastavnog središta je na autocesti A1 na čvorištu Vučevica, koje je vrlo interesantno iz razloga što je tamo predviđena izgradnja tunela koji će put od čvorišta Vučevica do Splita skratiti na samo 15 km, te će zračna luka i naš zapovjedni centar u Divuljama biti udaljeni svega 30 minuta od ovakvog centra. Znači, radi se o jednom izuzetno važnom čvorištu gdje će ovaj centar biti smješten na 15.000 kvadratnih metara izgrađene površine i na 50 hektara vježbališne površine. Specifični ciljevi projekta su ustrojiti jedinstveno nastavno vježbališno središte za osposobljavanje svih vrsta organiziranih operativnih snaga te ispitivanje tehnike, opreme i sredstava za gašenje u sustavu vatrogastva. Zatim, povećanje razine znanja, kompetencija i spremnosti za snalaženje u kriznim situacijama za pripadnike operativnih snaga sustava vatrogastva. Zatim, osiguranje visoke razine kvalitete i funkcionalnosti opreme koja će se koristiti za vatrogastvo. Isto tako, u sklopu ovog centra predviđen je i znanstveni centar, zatim Centar za forenzičke znanosti i istrage požara koji će biti implementirani u samom centru. Isto tako bi u centru bio sadržan i ustrojen centar izvrsnosti za smanjenje rizika od požara na kulturnoj baštini, šta i danas imamo priliku poslušati, vidjeti, biti u stvari sastavni dio toga, što nam je i posebna čast. Predviđeni korisnici projekta su vatrogasne postrojbe profesionalne, dobrovoljne, državne intervencijske postrojbe, vatrogasne postrojbe iz gospodarstva, iz zrakoplovnih luka, rafinerija, brodogradilišta, kemijske industrije i ostali. Zatim, centar mogu koristiti postrojbe civilne zaštite opće namjene, specijalističke i državne intervencijske postrojbe. Udruge građana kojima je spašavanje redovna djelatnost, kao što su Crveni križ, Hrvatska gorska služba spašavanja, ronilačke udruge, radioamaterski klubovi, udruge potražnih pasa i ostale udruge. Zatim i sve udruge građana koji izvršavaju pojedine mjere i aktivnosti i nadopunjuju kapacitete temeljnih organiziranih operativnih snaga. Kao i pravne osobe koje raspolažu kapacitetima od interesa za zaštitu i spašavanje, te vlasnici i korisnici objekata, građevina, operatori javnih komunikacijskih mreža, pravne osobe nadležne za infrastrukturu i sl. Ovo je mapa tog regionalnog centra, dakle radi se o mapi, o regionalnom centru koji se prostire na 15.000 kvadratnih metara, podijeljen je u 3 građevinske faze i u 4 poligonske faze sa pripadajućim prometnicama i parkirališnim prostorima. Pokušat ću vam ukratko prezentirati o čemu se radi. Dakle, na ovoj karti možemo vidjeti administrativno-upravno-logističku bazu u ovom ovdje dijelu, upravno-logističko-administrativnu bazu koja se sastoji od zgrade koja u podrumu ima spremišta za vatrogasnu opremu, kao i zapovjedni centar veze i centar za upravljanje u kriznim situacijama, zatim garaže za 15 specijalnih vozila za izvođenje vježbi. Pored toga ima hodnike, stubišta, gospodarske prostore, sanitarne čvorove za muško i žensko osoblje, zatim ambulantu s vozilom hitne pomoći, te dvorane za učionice, 15 spavaonica za po 4 osobe sa sanitarnim čvorovima, hodnicima i stubištima, vatrogasni toranj na 5 etaža, operativna površina za vozila i sve ostale potrebne sadržaje za tu namjenu, kao i logističku bazu za incidente na moru i skladište brana i ostale opreme za incidente na moru. U kampus specijalističkih postrojbi, dakle to je zgrada u sredini, zgrada služi za prehranu i smještaj vatrogasaca i popratnog osoblja, posjeduje recepciju, sanitarne čvorove, adekvatne sobe za muško i žensko osoblje, kapaciteta 200 korisnika, kao i kuhinju za isti broj korisnika, 35 dvokrevetnih soba sa mogućnošću dodatnih ležajeva i 10 jednokrevetnih sa mogućnošću dodatnih ležajeva za smještaj specijalističkih postrojbi. Treća zgrada je nastavni centar za specijalističku obuku vatrogasaca i ronilaca te aktivnosti spašavanja na vodi i pod vodom, bruto površine 2600 metara kvadratni. Radi se o samostalnom kompleksu bazena, 25 metarski bazen za obuku ronilaca, spašavanje na vodi i pod vodom, zatim polivalentnu dvoranu za fizičku pripremu timova, koja se može povezati s bazenom, svlačionice i sanitarne čvorove, mogućnost pristupa bazenu s jedne strane velikim gabaritima, plovilima i vozilima. Zgrada škole predviđena za kapacitet od 200 polaznika, radi se o 2 manje i 2 veće polivalentne dvorane za predavanja, 4 standardne učionice kapaciteta 30 polaznika, 8 ureda, kemijske laboratorije, spremišta, gospodarske, sanitarne i ostale prostore. Ispred zgrada nalazi se parkiralište, dovoljno kapaciteta za ovo osoblje koje smo malo prije spomenuli, a od poligona imamo poligon 1, poligon 2, poligon 3 sa nogometnim igralište i pripadajućom tartan stazom, te poligon 4 od 50 hektara koji je van ovog područja, koji će biti korišteni za obuku vatrogasaca. Na poligonima će biti prostori za simulaciju prometnih nesreća, simulator brod, poligon za traganje i spašavanje iz ruševina, cestovni tunel, željeznička kompozicija, simulator za rezanje motornim pilama za drvo, makete cisterni, makete industrijskih postrojenja. Dakle, centar je predviđen za obuku svih vrsta operativnih snaga i koristit će se za sve operativne snage koje se bave zaštitom i spašavanjem. To smo nabrojili već. I centar je u visokoj fazi izgrađenosti. Ovo je početak radova bio. Sad centar već izgleda ovako. Ovo su zadnje slike. Dakle, to je prva zgrada, upravno-logistička baza. Sad je već i toranj izgrađen i već se radi na zatvaranju tih prostora. Ostakljeni su svi prostori i gore se vide i poligoni gdje dolazi jedna požarna kuća koja je vrlo interesantna za naš rad. Ovo smo već malo prije spomenuli, dakle tu je prikaz poligona i opreme koja će biti montirana. Radi se o vrlo sofisticiranoj opremi koja je pogonjena gorivom, ekološki prihvatljivim gorivom propanom i sve je isprojektirano da bude potpuno ekološki prihvatljivo. Požarna kuća će biti izvedena sa trening galerijom za dišne sprave i zaštitu dišnih organa. Posebno će biti prilagođena za sve vrste vatrogasnih intervencija na požarima struktura i unutar ovog projekta predviđen je i jasno ovaj dio prostora koji će se odnositi na trening vatrogasnih snaga sa djelovanjem na kulturnoj baštini. Evo, ja sam nastojao ukratko vam prezentirati, nemojte mi zamjeriti. Ja sam zadnji tren dobio nalog da to napravim. Ispričavam se i zahvaljujem na pažnji.
For the question, I don't know if you have any question. I might have a couple, and I don't know if. Okay, I have actually 2 questions. The first is, when is going to be the inauguration? When do you think it's going to be ready?
Mogu na hrvatski, ako mogu. Znači, otvaranje je predviđeno za prve faze projekta. Otvaranje je 1.6.2023. godine, kad bi ta prva faza, dakle ova administrativno-upravno-logistička baza, prijavnica, požarna kuća sa svim pripadajućim postrojenjima i poligon broj 1 na kojem će biti maketa trupa aviona sa krilom, stajnim trapom i motorom, zatim maketa helikoptera, maketa željezničkog vagona sa 5 propuštanja opasnih tvari, maketa autocisterne i kontejner za flashover sa 3 vrste goriva, dakle kruta, tekuća i plinovita goriva. To je ta prva faza koja će krenuti odmah. U sklopu upravno-logističke baze u suterenu su učionice gdje bi se izvodilo formalno i neformalno obrazovanje vatrogasaca. Formalno obrazovanje vatrogasaca izvodit će se kroz državnu vatrogasnu školu, to je srednja vatrogasna škola, dakle stjecanje zvanja profesionalnog vatrogasca ili vatrogasnog tehničara i izvodit će se programi i znanstvena istraživanja i izradit će se laboratoriji za forenzične studije koji su nama trenutno kompatibilni za naša zanimanja i koji pohađa velik broj naših vatrogasaca da steknu kompetencije i zvanja iz zaštite od požara.
And the next question is, could you please invite all of us for the inauguration? We want to come.
Hoće li mi neko pomoći malo? Vrlo rad, hoćemo. Evo preko naših konzervatora i Marina ćemo biti u kontaktu i vrlo rado ćemo vas pozvati. Inače moram kazati da je projekat od interesa za Republiku Hrvatsku i da je premijer osobno nazočio otvaranju i postavljanju kamena temeljca i da se nadamo da će biti jedna velika svečanost kad sve skupa bude gotovo. Ipak je to prvi centar u jugoistočnoj Europi ovakvog kapaciteta i ovakvih sadržaja, a vatrogasci ovog područja tome teže desetljećima. Napokon smo dobili svoj središnji državni ured za vatrogastvo koji skrbi o našim potrebama i upravo se vidi iz toga da su sve njihove težnje okrenute ka edukaciji i napretku vatrogasne. Hvala lijepo svima na pažnji.
Thank you so much. It's very nice that they have also taken care about also cultural heritage, which is very, very important. Thank you so much. I think we can go now for a 10 minutes break. 10 minutes. Or is there any question? There was one left. No question left. So I think we can go for a little break, 10 minutes. We will be very sharp. We'll be back at 4:13. What is now? 4:09. We'll be back at 4:20. Okay. Thank you. Good.
I'll just test my microphone. René, Megan, do you hear me? Yay.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, we're good. Okay, so hi everyone. Before we start, we would like to respectfully acknowledge that the lands, waters, and ice where we live and work and which we care for are the ancestral and traditional territories and homelands of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We hope that the work we do today and every day honors their connections, stories, and histories. Today, the Canadian team will present our follow-up project for the ICROM Mitigating Fire Risk for Heritage program. We will start by discussing our achievements. We'll explain our methodology in the hopes that others can use it for their own projects. Then we'll explain how working with a multidisciplinary team has helped us, and we'll give a few tips along the way, which will hopefully help you. Next slide, please. So to give you a bit of background, Canada has witnessed devastating losses to heritage as a consequence of fire in recent years. In 2017, the Keno wildfire affected industrial heritage and indigenous archaeological sites at Waterton Lakes National Park in Alberta. And just last year, the village of Lytton in British Columbia saw its Chinese History Museum and Lytton Museum and Archives completely destroyed. It's with these destructive events in mind that the Canadian Conservation Institute and Parks Canada decided to work together to better understand these risks and find strategies to either reduce or mitigate them. Next slide, please. So for the ICROM Mitigating Fire program, we decided to form a team comprising of staff from Parks Canada and the Canadian Conservation Institute, or CCI. Our team consisted of 3 preventive conservators, as well as a fire protection engineer from Parks Canada. Next slide. So a few words on our 2 institutions. Parks Canada and CCI are distinct agencies within the Government of Canada. So although we serve different audiences, we share the common goal of preserving cultural heritage. CCI's 3 main areas of activity are to deliver conservation services, disseminate knowledge, and advance research to promote the proper care and preservation of cultural heritage. As for Parks Canada manages national parks, marine conservation areas, and national historic sites, among others, totaling an area bigger than Germany and Austria combined. The preventive conservation team's role is to provide advising to the National Historic Sites to reduce the degradation of the national collection under the care of Parks Canada. So given its sheer size and distribution across all parts of Canada, Parks Canada places are exposed to fires in any given year. Sorry, I think someone is not muted. The agency has its own fire protection.
Petri, please unmute yourself.
Is it okay?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so when did you stop hearing me?
Our fire protection services.
Okay. So given its sheer size, I'm hearing a lot of reverb.
You're coming in crystal clear from me, Katri.
We are hearing you perfectly.
Sorry?
We're hearing you perfectly clear, Katri.
Like this?
Yes, really good.
Okay. So given its sheer size and distribution across all parts of Canada, Parks Canada places are exposed to fires in any given year. The agency has its own fire protection, prevention, and suppression staff divided into two separate and distinct functional areas. There is the National Fire Management Division, which is responsible for the consistent, safe, and efficient delivery of the Parks Canada Wildland Fire Management Program. And there's the Fire Protection and Prevention Program. That's René's team. So they're responsible to manage and administer fire protection, prevention, and life safety related codes and standards, and also to provide investigation, education, and prevention services as it pertains to real property within Parks Canada. Next slide, please. So the case study we chose for our project is the Banff Park Museum, which is under the purview of Parks Canada. The site was chosen as many of the challenges it faces are common to other institutions in Canada. These characteristics are a combustible structure with heritage value, historical collections housed in the building, and a location in a wildland-urban interface, or WUI. Our presentation will focus on the resources and methodologies we used for the fire risk assessment that can be applied to other organizations, whether in Canada or around the world. Next slide, please. So as the site is located more than 3,000 kilometers from our workplace in Ottawa, the assessment was mostly done remotely. We used internal and external reports, photographs, and communications with local staff. And in addition to that, René conducted a site visit last March. And I'll now pass over to René.
Thank you, Katri. Next slide, please. So what I'll be doing now is talking about the steps that we undertook for the PREVENT project and really talk about the methodology behind performing a fire risk management plan and developing one holistically with other agencies, other organizations, other members of different government levels as well. So the first step that we undertook was really to identify what the problem was and what we were really looking at in terms of historic collections, artifacts, but also the heritage fabric of the building itself. So we wanted to do an inventory again. So in terms of doing a risk management plan, you have to know what you're dealing with and what you have currently in place and what you need. So the first two parts of this were identified basically or were done by the collections staff at the museum, also in collaboration with the CCI and Parks Canada's built heritage staff. So they identified the exterior character defining elements, so the important elements of the building that we're trying to protect, also the ones indoors and outdoors. The second part of this was to identify the most significant heritage assets, including primary and secondary assets in the collection. So what can we salvage? What can we not salvage? What's important that really identifies the character of the building and also the importance of the building and why we're trying to protect it. The third point, or the third step in this, was to look at identifying the fire safety features that currently existed in the building, but that we also have available to us to suppress fires. So talking and engaging the local fire service and the municipality and also other key stakeholders to see how can they help us and we help them to get a better understanding of what we need to protect the building, the asset, but also the collections within. Next step, please. Next slide. So as Kathleen mentioned, I went to site in March of 2022. It is one of the things that we have to point out for the specific project. When you're undertaking an evaluation like this, it is quite difficult when you are remotely located 3,000 kilometers away. I know it's a big distance for other people in the world to understand. However, when the national office oversight happens in Gatineau, in Quebec, so Ottawa area, and we provide support and also the rules and regulations for all the national parks, national historic sites to abide by and also follow. but we also provide guidance and services to help them administer these kinds of tasks on site. So in March, I went over to the Banff Park Museum to undertake a fire prevention inspection. So what this does is to identify specific areas that are non-compliant, but also to look at the state of the systems, so engineered systems, so the sprinkler system, fire alarm system, but also look at passive fire protection systems like firewalls, fire separations. Do they have fire stopping in place? And what we're doing as well is I looked at evaluating the hazards that were in place to then support the next step in our process. It talks about really performing a fire risk analysis. Next slide, please. While on site, I also looked at developing relationships with municipality and also the local fire service. So I held meetings to really bridge that or have those connections and again, engage discussions between the local municipal government and Parks Canada, which is the caretaker of this site. One of the things is that the fire department had never actually been to site. So in the previous presentation from Ireland, they had mentioned that the fire brigade came to site once, but also several different teams and patrols came to site to really have a better understanding of the site layout, the constraints, the systems in place to protect the building, but also to help them with their operational requirements to basically make their jobs easier. Excuse me. Next slide, please. So after the fire prevention inspection, the discussions with key stakeholders, we basically then developed, or we gathered information and we looked at what we wanted to do to assess the risk. So how we broke this down was in two different ways. We did an internal evaluation looking at a fire risk analysis, so different fire scenarios. We looked at wildfire risks because the museum itself is located in town of Banff within the confines or within the limits of Banff National Park. So there is quite a wildfire risk to the municipality and to the building itself. So we undertook a building and site vulnerability assessment. And we also wanted to look at another deterioration agent that's a result of wildfires. So we looked at smoke. The next step of the risk assessment was actually undertaken by the Banff Fire Department, so the local responding fire department, and we engaged them to do an advanced wildfire assessment and also pre-incident plans because we wanted them to familiarize themselves with the building and also the systems that we have in place and what collections are important for us to maintain, to preserve, and maybe extract in the event of an emergency situation. Next slide, please. And I'll pass this step to Cathy.
Thank you, René. So for the risk assessment, we use the ABC risk assessment method developed by the Canadian Conservation Institute and ICRAM. The ABC method considers three questions. First, when will the damage occur? Second, what is the loss of value for each object? And third, what fraction of the heritage asset will be lost? Next slide, please. So the heritage value of the Banff Park Museum encompasses both the building and the collection. Relative values were attributed to these two aspects after discussion with local staff. So they decided on 65% for the building and 35% for the collection. Next slide, please. So as René mentioned, we assessed 4 scenarios associated with fires. First, any fire originating from inside the building, for example, from the failure of small apparatus, building system, or other. Second, a fire other than wildfire originating from outside the museum. The third one was the direct hit of the museum by a wildfire. And the fourth one was the effects of smoke during wildfire season. So while very different, these 4 scenarios ranked as high for the site, as you can see. Next slide, please. So we based our analysis on statistical data gathered by Jean Tétrault, Senior Conservation Scientist at CCI. According to his criteria, Banff Park Museum meets the requirements for control level 2. In these conditions, a fire is likely to occur once in every 140 years. So since 71% of fires start inside the building, we divided the baseline frequency to assess the risk of fire originating from inside and arrived to a frequency of 1 indoor fire every 197 years. And we also looked at how the collection is distributed throughout the building to figure out a probable value of loss. And the second scenario that we assessed was the scenario of a fire other than a wildfire originating from outside the museum, so from arson, lightning, smoking, construction work, etc. And the process was similar to the first scenario, but the frequency was lower since only 29% of cultural institution fires start outdoors, according to Canadian statistics. Next slide, please. So for these scenarios, we also considered the indirect effects of fire, such as soot deposits and damage from water coming from sprinklers. René's expertise came in handy to understand these potential consequences. For example, we learned that sprinkler water is very dirty for the first 5 minutes of flow due to oil and debris in the pipes. And we can move on to the next slide to see why. So very disgusting photos of the inside of, of pipes. So we also took into account the fact that the water would flow down and probably affect the storage that's situated in the basement. So don't get us wrong, we do think that the sprinklers do more good than bad. The probable loss would certainly be higher if the museum didn't have these measures in place. Next slide, please. So the third and fourth risks that we assessed were linked to wildfires. The museum is located in an area where the return period for wildfires ranges between 1,500 and 5,000 years, which is equivalent to a 2% chance in every 50 years. So if we look at the environment around the museum, there's the nearby Bow River, which provides a natural fire break, but embers could potentially cross it and reach the buildings. Various risk factors such as high ember density, high winds, low humidity, and dry fuel would heighten the probability of ember ignition. And it should also be noted that these return periods are based on historical data. So the temperature has already increased by 2 degrees in Canada's mountain region since the 1950s. And that means that the length of the wildfire season, the annual area burnt, and the seasonal severity rating are all projected to increase due to climate change. Next slide, please. So we used the simplified method from the National Guide for Wildland Urban Interface to assess the hazard and exposure level of the site. This method considers the fuel type in the region and within the ignition zone, which we found in the park's fire management plan. So when we looked at that, the exposure level for the museum was estimated to be low. So we found this guide especially useful for new constructions because it includes recommendations for building materials and assemblies that are suited to the exposure level. For us, in the end, we found it less useful to assess the vulnerability of the museum. Next slide, please. Then our next step, to assess the exposure of the building itself, we turned to the scorecard developed by FireSmart British Columbia. British Columbia is a province in Canada where there are a lot of wildfires, so they have a very good expertise. The FireSmart scorecard is designed as a quick assessment tool for homeowners, and we found that it could be used by heritage professionals to assess their facilities, especially at Parks Canada, where many national historic sites are actually historic houses. The tool looks at criteria such as combustible building features, the condition, the vegetation within 100 meters from the building, and it assigns different scores to these factors. So as you can see on the slide, the site scored 176 points, And the extreme threshold is only 35, so we're well beyond that. So although this exercise doesn't replace a professional assessment, we do think that it's an interesting exercise to identify vulnerabilities that contribute to the overall risk. Even though it's designed for Canada, I think Megan sent you the link in the chat, so you can try it out to see if it works in your own countries, and it make you think of different criterias. And our team also requested a similar assessment of the building by the Banff Fire Department, and René will talk about it a bit later. Next slide, please. So the last risk that we analyzed was the risk of damage due to the smoke season. So we decided to look into this risk because cultural institutions in Western Canada are exposed to wildfire smoke practically every year. And the smoke can travel hundreds, even thousands of kilometers. It contains fine particles. So by fine particles, we refer to particles that are 2.5 microns or less in width. These pose a risk to collection objects, especially those that have complex surfaces. They tend to be harder to clean than the larger size particles. Next slide, please. So various levels of government are increasingly collecting information about the concentration of fine particles due to their negative effects on human health. This information can be used to also assess the risk to collections. And in the case of our follow-up project, the museum has a passive ventilation system during the summer months, and the doors are regularly kept open to invite visitors in. So for that reason, we expect indoor and outdoor fine particle concentrations to be similar. So we calculated the accumulation time by dividing the concentration to which fine particles become visible on horizontal surfaces of objects after 1 year by the annual average found in Banff. And for the data, we use publicly available historical data on fine particles measured by purple air sensors. So the annual average concentration for fine particles in Banff last year was around 11 micrograms per cubic meter. And as you can see on the slide, you can see that during the wildfire season, the concentration increased significantly, occasionally reaching 600 micrograms per cubic meter. So without these extreme episodes, the annual average in Banff would be much lower. So this really shows the effects of wildfires on the air quality. And the data shows that at this rate, the fine particles can be expected to become visible in less than a year on objects if they are not covered or cleaned. And for the Banff Park Museum, there's a lot of taxidermy animals that are on open display in hard to reach places. So those are the ones that are the most at risk. So back to René.
Thank you. Next slide. So from the results of the fire prevention inspection and co-compliance audit performed, the Banff Fire Department Wildfire Hazard Assessment and the pre-incident plan, as well as the fire risk analysis that Kathy spoke about, we were able to identify several areas of concern that required attention and immediate action. The following slides will demonstrate some issues observed, however, some corrective actions that were undertaken. This is not an exhaustive list of things that were identified and were corrected. However, it'll give you an idea of what exactly we were able to find out during the inspection and also correct and mitigate fairly quickly, but others that will take some more time and actually take some more investments, so financial investments to correct. Next slide, please. Definitely.
So when we started this project last fall, there was no staff member on site to serve as a liaison. But last April, a collection specialist was hired for the site. So if I'm not mistaken, she's actually here with us today. And since arriving into force, she has been very active in putting into place very simple actions to reduce the fire risk at Banff Park Museum. So as you can see here, she has decluttered many areas inside and outside the building. So that's a view of under the veranda or gallery. Next slide, please. And she's also working on 2 emergency kits, one to be kept in the museum and another one in another Parks Canada building in town. And we've also had meetings with the site to discuss the results of the fire department's assessment and recommendations and see what we can do. And we're planning future actions that include training staff and volunteers and continue to increase our awareness. So not only in Banff, but for all of Parks Canada's national historic sites. So back to René.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So these are photographs that were taken during the fire prevention inspection, just to give you an example of key areas that really we were looking at in terms of hazards and risks that could exist in your building and that did exist in our subject building. One of the key things I looked at was the passive fire protection. So in this case here, fire separations, where again, the fire separations are there to prevent smoke migrating from, or in fire migrating from one compartment or one room to another. And as you can see in the top left-hand corner, there's new penetrations that were done to I guess introduce new services, so telecommunication cables, electrical cables, without necessarily having what you call fire stopping to prevent smoke migrating or fire from migrating from one compartment in the mechanical room, in this case here, to the adjacent room, which is the artifacts and collection storage room. Another one we're looking at is potential ignition sources. So here we have on the right-hand side electrical issues where we have temporary wiring used as a permanent wiring for electrical devices. One of them was specifically a refrigerator or even unsecured wiring. Again, these are key little things that you can point out that increase your risk and increase the hazard, however, are easily correctable with small little administrative procedures, but have an enormous impact on the hazard and the probability of the fire occurring. The last one that I really wanted to point out was the lack of sprinkler protection. So the building itself is fully protected with an automatic sprinkler system. In some areas, we have a wet pipe sprinkler system, and then we have a dry pipe sprinkler system. So here in the basement, there was an area where there were partitions, so walls in place, and the space didn't have the protection that was required to properly suppress a fire or control the growth of the fire. So as you can see here, all of these areas really increase the risk of a fire, ignition of a fire, but also what they do is they increase the probability of smoke and fire propagating throughout the building. Some are a lot easier to correct, some require engineered solutions and modifications, are more complicated and expensive, as can be seen for the sprinkler system itself. So this brings me now to my next step. Next slide, please. So when you're evaluating a risk and the action to be taken to address it, you must consider certain things. The one key thing that we're looking at for this specific project and this exercise was to look at, well, what aspects are important? Is it their life safety, property protection, heritage preservation, and again, as it's probably on most everyone's mind, cost effectiveness. So when we look at treating the identified risk, we typically have the following options. So we can avoid the risk, which means implementing programs to initiatives to completely prevent a fire or emergency from happening, which, as you can imagine, is very cost prohibitive and very, very difficult to do unless you have specific administrative procedures in place and very, very tight procedures in place and an unlimited budget. The next one would be mitigate the fire risk. So implementing programs and initiatives to reduce the probability and or consequence of a fire or emergency. And as you can see, this is the one that typically makes the most sense from several point of views, specifically those ones identified where you're looking at life safety, property protection, heritage preservation, and cost effectiveness. The next one you can do, however, not really recommended, would be accept the risk and say, I'm not doing anything, or transfer the risk, where the entity basically can transfer the impact or the management of the risk to another organization or body. So this is also an option that can be adopted where you don't necessarily have sufficient resources in-house to, or from human or expertise in-house to manage the risk within your organization. So we at Parks Canada decided to really look at how do we mitigate the risk. So next step, please, or next slide. So this brings me now to my next step. So based on the fact that we were so remotely located, the collaboration, the discussions took a little bit longer to undertake. And what we're doing now for the next step, which is probably going to take approximately 6 months, is to develop the full-out fire risk management plan. Based on the information that we're able to collect, next slide, please. So based on the information that we're able to collect through the different steps, we're going to be developing through collaboration with the site manager that's now in place, the Banff Fire Department, Parks Canada as the custodian, and all the parties involved at national office. We're going to look at operation plans. How do we operate the facility and site safely to mitigate the risks from the approach that we've decided on? We're looking also at training plans. So what administrative procedures we can put in place for our staff? So portable fire extinguisher training, fire safety planning, fire safety planning, and emergency evacuation response and management. We also want to look at special events plan. How do we deal with special events that occur in the building? Because these are events that typically don't happen on a day-to-day basis. However, we have a higher occupant rate. We have more visitors to the site. And we also sometimes look at introducing different hazards or different processes that can increase the risk and probability of a fire occurring in our building. Next thing we're going to be looking at and discussing is the disaster recovery plan for the building and the collections. What do we do? So this is again a collaborative effort through the local fire department and also the local team on site. Demolition and construction plan, if we're doing any work, what do we do to mitigate and reduce the risk? And last but not least, in this case here, is develop other fire risk management plans as needed. So fire safety planning, and in our case here, as Kathleen mentioned, the wildland fire plan. So how can we look at preventing fires from outside of the building in a wildland setting, encroaching and also affecting our building? So we're looking at that for the next steps. Next slide, please. So this brings us to the end of our presentation. One thing that I really wanted to speak about was the importance, again, that we're putting on collaboration and having different parties, different members and stakeholders on the team. I don't think we could have been here or done the work that we would have done without the collaboration really of all key stakeholders. So the local fire department who's actually going to site and suppressing the fire, being proactively engaged with the site owners and the curator on site to look at issues. We couldn't have done this also without understanding from my end of things as a fire protection engineer, what's important from a collections point of view. How is it that our decisions and the fire protection and fire prevention operations ultimately affect what we're trying to achieve from a conservation and preservation point of view? So from my end, it was a very good exercise to really talk to key stakeholders and look at engaging people before specific events happen. Because the last thing you want to do is exchange the business card when your building's on fire. Kathleen?
And just in conclusion, for the preventive conservation team, it's been very insightful to work on a project with the fire safety services team. Megan and we gained a lot of knowledge about fire risks during this past year, and we've started including new processes in our risk assessments. So for other sites, and we're more aware of the tools used to assess fire risks, and we also feel more confident reaching out to fire departments and initiating these discussions. And we can move on to the last slide. So we hope that this short presentation gave you a good overview of what we achieved through this project, and we thank you for listening.
We actually can't hear what's going on in the room. Or maybe that's just me.
Do we need to go back to the interpretation? I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, we were muted. Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Irony. We were muted.
Okay, good. Thank you. We will deal with the question. We start first with here.
With the live, yes. Here.
Thank you to Canada team. Congratulations for all the work that you have done. Thank you for a very good presentation. I have 2 questions for you, and I'll try to. Okay, so the question number 1 is that you basically discussed 2 methods for risk assessment. One was qualitative and one was quantitative, where you assess the wildfire risk with hazard and exposure. And what was different? What was the difference that you felt, and what was the uncertainty in both scenarios? Like how did you factor in uncertainty? What was unknown, or what was the gap while you were developing these qualitative and quantitative risk scenarios? Second aspect that I would like to ask is, well, I'll let you answer that first, and I think there are many questions here, so I'll let others also ask the questions. So this is Aparna, so just to, okay, go on.
Hello, Aparna. Thank you for the question. So the qualitative assessment was actually done before we went to site. So how we approached it was, again, gathering information specifically from statistics, from maps that we had, from existing plans that we have, and did basically a data collection of information. Now, the quantitative assessment was really done when I went to site to then support what we actually did from a qualitative point of view. And so the team from the conservation specialists and Canadian Conservation Institute had specific questions that they wanted to really hit and wanted to answer to basically validate their assumptions. And I think that's the key thing. When you're doing a qualitative evaluation, you always have assumptions. And this is where engaging experts in the field really comes to substantiate the exercise that you're doing. And so I was able to answer their questions and validate the assumptions that they undertook for their evaluation, so the qualitative, and then validated through the quantitative evaluation, and then make arrangements or modify the results accordingly.
Okay, thanks. So another quick question. So how actionable for the entire team, and this is the question to the entire team, how actionable were the outcomes of the qualitative versus the quantitative one?
The qualitative, a lot of the stuff was based on wildfire management and more administrative procedures. Now, the quantitative assessment, it came down to, again, the small little things that we can do quickly. As we mentioned, some examples that the new museum curator was able to do extremely fast. But then there's some now that, again, without doing the on-site inspection and doing some small destructive testing in points, we don't really, we won't know the cost. So the next step right now is looking at the engineered systems that are a little bit more complicated, like sprinkler system modifications and costly. So that's really the difference right now. Does that kind of answer your question, Aparna? Or?
Maybe I can add something. It's more about, it's more to answer Aparna's first question, but I think for me, a big uncertainty is also the issue of climate change. And we used a climate change report that was written internally in 2017. And even if 2017 seems quite recent in our minds, the specialists told me that it would already need to be reviewed, right? Even if it's just 5 years later. So the data changes all of the time, but I think none of the methods are perfect, but they're just ways to think about the risks and try to prepare.
Thank you. Anyone else live? All right. Yes, so online, I think we have Linda Lanevu. You raised your hand. The floor is yours, Linda.
Okay, thank you so much. Your presentation was fascinating and very useful, and it all looked so nice, as if it had gone without any kind of problems. However, I would like to know what were the biggest challenges when implementing this project?
Did you want to start?
Well, for me, I think that the biggest challenge was the distance, right? Because I think that that's the big difference if we compare our team to the other teams, right? We're so far away, and maybe you don't realize this, but we've never even been like the whole team in the same room. So I've never met René in person. So we're, you know, it's good that we're able to do these things while being in different places, but if we were on site, there's a lot of things that would have been way easier, that would have been way quicker, and we would have avoided, I don't know, probably all sorts of communication issues, or so that for me is the biggest challenge.
No, and I have to agree with Kathleen on this as well. It's a lot of the challenges that we had as well was the fact that the museum itself didn't have.
René, can you speak closer to your mic because we can't hear you very well? Yeah, thank you.
Is that better? Is that better now?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Well, one of the other challenges is that we didn't have somebody on site for the first 6 months of the project. So having that coordination on site didn't exist. So we were talking to people who were managing the site, but not necessarily 100% involved in that site management. So that was one key issue that really kind of stalled and delayed how we approached it and what we could do to really mitigate the risks or even address certain issues. But as Kathleen mentioned, the biggest challenge was the fact that when you're providing national level oversight, you're so physically far from the site itself that it's challenging from a communication point of view. So that's where, again, you have to look at modifying your approach and become more of a facilitator instead of actually being 100% part of the exercises, and really look at delegating responsibilities and roles more locally, because that's where really the brunt of the work is going to be done to really address the issues and follow up on the issues. So I think that was the biggest challenge for me as well.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, thanks, Linda. I would like to invite Mr. Richard Hughes, who also had a comment to make as well about the presentation. The floor is yours, Mr. Hughes.
Can you see me and can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. I'm coming from London. Okay, it seems to me that in your action plan, after considering the 4 risk options, that you then go back to calculating the residual risk. That is the important thing, because it's that which has to prove acceptable. And it's acceptable in terms of the value that you prescribe to your assets now and the potential increase or decrease of value in the future. But it's the residual risk to me that has to be proved after considering your risks, and the risks looked at in terms of hazard, vulnerability, robustness, resilience, and so on. But it's that recalculation to me which is absolutely essential. It's that which you have to prove for as viable to allow you to implement change.
You're absolutely right, Richard. And we, as Kathleen mentioned, we had a discussion just recently with the site curator and also the local built heritage advisor and cultural resource manager to really go through what do we want to do next in terms of evaluating, number one, the importance of all the contents, and really look at what's critical, what's essential, and what can be lost. And again, from a conservation and from a heritage point of view, those are not really easy discussions to have. And it's a continuous evolution of how we look at risk and how risk is perceived, because things change. Your collections can change, but also your fire protection and life safety systems deteriorate, they age. So these are all key things that the risk assessment and evaluation, again, it just evolves with time. So not only do we do it now, but it has to be continuous, and it also has to be monitored, as you mentioned. So no, you bring an excellent point where it's a continuous evolution and continuous monitoring of the risk and adapting specific measures, administrative or engineered, to reduce the risk and either accept it, right? Kathleen, do you have anything else to add to that, Kathleen?
No, I'm good, but thank you for the comment, Richard. Good comment.
Thank you. Do you have any question left? No? Okay, good. We're good to go for a move to the last presentation. Unfortunately, the Nigeria team had some technical issues, so they will not be with us. So I will change and I will be on their behalf. So the last presentation comes from the Nigeria team and is the implementation of fire mitigation at Dutse Emirate Heritage Site, Dutse Jigawa State in Nigeria. The team are Abdullahi Abdulkadir, conservator from the Rock Art Interpretation Center, National Commission for Museums and Monuments, together with the Aula Shehu, Prevention Officer, Directorate of Fire Services, Birkinu Kudu Gwaran Command. So, yep. We'll just move and change. Now I'm Abdullahi, okay? Be kind with me because I just knew, so I will tell you, I will do my best to tell you what they have done through the as a follow-up of the project and what they are their outcomes. So as we said, this is the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, and we are talking about the Dutse Emirate Heritage Sites. This I already see, there's the conservator and a fire brigade working together. So we are basically, yeah, we are, where is it? This, I don't want to touch nothing that, oh, look what I've done. Oh, okay, here. So we are here, we are in Nigeria, and especially we are in the Jigawa state, which is this one, and we are in the Dutse local government, exactly here. This exactly is the Dutse local government, is one of the local 27 local government of Jigawa state. One of the issues that they have show us, one of the biggest thread of the site, is that basically they were the first fire station was very far from the site. So this is one of the most thread of the site. So the aim of them, once they realized this, was the first assessment that, you know, in order to respond to a fire, you need to respond in as soon as possible. But the site was like 40 minutes far from the first fire station. So This is why what they've started is to assess this, and so they try also to keep the site with what they need in case of they respond while they wait that the fire brigade arrive. So they have really make a long list of what they need. You know, they've really get very in detail on what they need. And then they went also as a, you know, what they cost, how much, you know, they were looking also for fund. And then they also apply, when they have also the total, they have applied, this is part of the risk assessment that they have done. And they have applied to funds and also to the local ministry and the local authority to request, because this is part of the Emirate side. So it's a state. It belongs to the Emirates. They also assess that, you know, they have ventilation is a good stay. They will have delay notification when the incident happened, you know, and it will cause too much damage of the result of a poor network and connectivity. The next alternative is to send a representative to their office, for example, a fire server or a police. This is also one thing that they have requested in order to balance the threat that they have assessed. The accessibility of the emergency responser to the site is provided and accessible when there is the incident. So, and what they also collect is the fire material to fight the fire, provided that they will help. This is exactly what they are going to, what they have done so far. The activity, you see, they were very, very in detail, you know, as you see also before, because actually there is one thing that you don't know, but I will share now. We have requests to all the team to have a logbook, so like a diary of their journey, and this one of Abdullahi was doing, you know, and as you can see here, they have collected, assessed everything, and they send the request to the ministry to receive, you know, the fund, or at least an outcome. And they were waiting, we are still talking about the 20th of December. So, and while they were waiting, actually they were very active, and they start to work with the community. This is one of the meeting with the community member and staff of the heritage site, because they realized that since the fire brigade were very far, the fire station is far, what they can do is to ask to the community to help them in order to reduce the risk of fire or to respond in case of fire. So they were very active on this. This is again part of this logbook, and they start what they do while they're waiting for any funds. They start to install what they could have, what they've bought with their own fund. I'm not going to in detail, just to show you know how much they work, you know, during the entire process, the entire month. And what they have also started to do is the training to the site staff on how to use the firefighting equipment and how to work together in case of fire breakage. This is their turn down, because they didn't receive any response, so they bought, based on their capacity, they've bought 3 fire extinguishers, 2 of buckets of sand, 2 of fire blankets. Discussion with the neighbor of the site. This is again, we come back because this is, I think it was the most important part of their project. You know, we're very, very involved with the community. As you see, yeah. And they start then to give training on how to use fire extinguisher and fire blanket to the community also around them. And they also make the training with the community. This is part of the training with the community. This basically is the site. So this is the city around, you know, and this is the palace, the Emirate Palace. And so they start to the community, they build the plan and said what we can do, where to collect, you know, how if the fire truck has to reach, what is the main route that they can reach, you know, from where you can see here, you know, they have connected school, because all of these actually are connected. In case of something happen, all of them can be part of this network. And as you can see, this is the result of their work together. And also this is inside This is the floor plan of the Emirate Palace, where they have allocated the extinguisher, the bucket, the stand. So all the community knows also in case of fire where to go and who is responsible to control that everything they are there and in place. And you can see for the next picture, this is the installation of the fire extinguisher, you know, where they've decided to where it was after the assessing where it was better to allocate them. As you can see, other picture where they are working here also together with the community. Hopla. And yeah, you see also how beautiful is this palace. You know, it's a very nice local traditional palace decoration. As you see here, there's this actually is Abdullahi, and this is the colleague. Yeah. As you see also the discussion with the neighbors of the heritage, you know, this is a very relevant, it's very important, so that they are part of, as you also were pointed out before. And other picture of the staff of the site, you see, Abdullahi is here, and this is the other colleague. And yeah, there you are. These are our Nigeria team that they have achieved so much so far, and I would like just to end with their finally remark. The 3 fire extinguishers were installed in order to mitigate any incident arise before the arrival of the firefighters. The training of handling the fire extinguisher and the use of fire blanket were theoretically conducted to the staff. The prevention officer and Abdullahi discussed with the staff of the heritage site and the volunteers on the measure taken in order to fully protect the visitor life and the heritage site. And this is actually the future, which they proposed the government to open a fire services officer and materials needed close to the heritage site, one of a very big request. They recommend the provision of safety signs and poster around the sensitive site inside the heritage site, so they can always, everyone can learn how to deal with these tools. And also recommend the sign of the states that monitor the switch off and on of electricity appliance within the site. Yeah. Lastly, they hope the authority concerned should further provide and implement the equipment and materials for firefighting prevention, mitigation of fire risk for heritage. Yep. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to the Nigeria team. Yeah, what they have really done was really to thinking out of the box while they were waiting for the letter, you know, they're waiting for the response. They anyhow started together to work and implement what they could. This is, I think, and the other thing is that they transform the community into a capacity, which is very relevant. If you have any question for them, I don't know if you have, I don't know if from Judith, is there any question? No? Oh, yeah.
Hello. Yes. No, we do not have any questions, but what we can do is invite comments and reflections of the entire session of today from our live audience as well as the online audience. For the online audience, you can also raise your hands and give your comments, your ideas, your reflection of today. We welcome a discussion if anyone has anything to share.
Someone is tired here. They said tomorrow. Someone is tired. Don't worry, it won't last long. You know, we have last 10 minutes left, I promise.
We have Linda online.
Good.
Yes, Linda, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Just a short reflection. I would just like to really say that the Nigerian team has done an incredible job in using their resources that they have and just taking everything out of the situation that is there. And as Alessia also pointed out, using the community as a resource, which I find is a very, very relevant issue in that case. And just would like to really say that this is actually a really, really good job that they have done there. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. I would also just like to add that it was quite clear that when you have multidisciplinary teams and integrated actions, that nothing can stop you from making a positive action. So I thank all of our Prevent teams and I thank all of our speakers for joining us. We also have Renee who would like to add something online. Renee, the floor is yours.
Hello, hello. Thanks, Alessi. If I knew the option of having you present on our behalf was there, I would have taken it. You did an excellent job. Thank you. That was more my comment. Thank you. It was excellent.
Thank you so much. But you know that you have done the job. It's your honor and your duty to do that. No, and I would like just to sum it up, you know, because we have just I will wrap up. Few key points because it has been a very intense day. First of all, I want to thank you all of you for being here and for those who are online, not only the presenters, but also the people, the audience that has followed us until now. I know it's very hard to stay online for such a long time. And also here, you know, because I know I had to force them to come here. They were so happy in taking the coffee, you know, and to whistle and saying, come on. Yeah, sometimes this is the moderator's duty. But having said that, I think it has been a very good day with a lot of things. You know, I have my pages are full of notes, and I would just come up with the key points. You know, we have talked a lot about collaboration. We have shared sources also during the meeting, in the chat, you will see that there is a lot. I saw that there were coming a lot of resources. We have also during the course, but this is the aim of the symposium, that you also can be the next, you know, just to be here you have examples of people that didn't know. I mean, they had the resources, but they were just alone. And together, being a team, as the Irish team and as the Croatian team was pointing out, they have done a job that they were not thinking of. Am I right? And, yeah. I've talked a lot about identification. This is the first step to understand not only the value, but also the fire, you know, where it can come from. We have talked a lot about simulation. This is also one of the key points that also partner this morning was pointed out, you know, working with what simulation or scenario can help really to understand what can really happen. And from this, we can really make not only best practice, but really can be site specific, because this is our aim. Because if we're still going with best practice, we can't really take one thing that was working in a place, it cannot work in the other. So we need site specific, because complex situations need to be solved with complex solutions, which means we need to integrate all the interagency, all the actors, all the stakeholders. And I know sometimes it's time consuming because we are all here tired again, you know, having an online meeting, you know, the Canada team never meet actually in person, just online. But we have to see this as an investment. This is an investment in our work that is going to be very, very fruitful, as we can see, our Croatia and our Irish team can witness this. And I think having said this, I will not take you longer. I hope that you enjoyed this day. We had really a lot of fun. I'm very happy, you know, at the beginning when we were doing the workshop, we did not expect all of this. I'm very, very happy. I'm very, very glad that you have done so much. I'm very proud of you, all of your effort and work, because we have followed you through the journey, and sometimes it was not always very hard. I mean, not easy, hard, very hard. And let's stay tuned, because tomorrow we will come back here. We will be here at 10 sharp, and we have still other 6 presentation from the team, plus other presentation from experts. So thank you very much all. Tak.